All right, I believe that we should be live. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for your patience as we had to move back the start time slightly. Today, we're going to be looking at the view the Quran has of the world, its view of the nature of our universe. Muslims often tell us that the Quran contains this advanced scientific knowledge, and the words of Muhammad found in the Hadith uh, declare that he is a true prophet because he had this advanced knowledge that no person of his time could have. So we're going to take that claim seriously and actually look at what the Quran says about the universe, look at what Muhammad had to say about the universe, and we'll see if we see any evidence of advanced knowledge or whether we just see knowledge congruent with what was being said in the 7th century when Muhammad was around. I'm joined today by Rob from Sentinel Apologetics. We'll get chance to meet him shortly. He's been on the channel unofficially a couple times, but this is his first official time on the channel. And before we get to that, let's open with a word of prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this time together. We thank you for the technology that allows us to connect with people from all around the world, the technology that allows us to reach into the Muslim world, which has long been largely separated from Christian contact. We ask that you guide our discussion and that you lead us to truth. We ask that whatever the truth of the matter may be, that become apparent today, whether that truth be what Christianity has to teach, what Islam has to teach, or something else. We ask that you guide our discussion and you prevent us from theological error. We ask that what we say that is true and useful is remembered and applied to people's discussions with others, as we all seek to lead others to yourself as we be disciples in your name. We ask this all in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. So why don't you tell us a little bit about your background since this is your first official time on the channel?
Well, greetings, folks. Thank you so much, Thaddeus, for this opportunity. It has been a pleasure and a blessing to fellowship with you in prior streams. Uh, some of them impromptu, but well worth it. And you do a good job, a good service for the kingdom on this channel, that's for sure. Um, Briefly, my story is it's interesting, I suppose. It's even when I self-reflect on it, I sometimes have to wonder, like, what started off as a intrigue after my opa's passing about the question of death and the afterlife back in 2010 has now ended up with me being a spokesperson for the king's kingdom, right? Like and just to caveat that, I did not investigate that death question because I had any fear of death. Rather, I was intrigued by it. I was 21 at the time. In 2010, I my question was, I mean, I'm hearing the sermon. I'm hearing this notion that he's now with Jesus, and basically what all religions communicate is some sort of similar idea, and it just hit me. It was the first funeral I ever had. It's the first I don't know, in-person death, I suppose, especially of a close family member, and just seeing like his corpse in the coffin, kind of like cyberpunk genre style, ghost in a shell. Like here's the shell, but there's no ghost. Um, where's that ghost? And yeah, so I was intrigued by that. And ultimately, the two questions that sparked this whole journey is if God exists, what is his most efficient solution to this problem, if it is a problem, the death problem? And by doing that, is he able to sufficiently demonstrate his existence in operating a solution for that problem? Being a big fan of, say, the Matrix movies and philosophical genres like that, like Plato's Cave, where we're in a cave, but if you exit out the cave, you're seeing a whole different world and how maybe the two can interact somehow. And with like in the Matrix movie, Morpheus has to enter in for Neo to even be aware that there is a Morpheus. I'm hypothesizing God has to do something like that, but not that he just enters the Matrix to, uh, it's like, here I am. Because then in my thought experiment, I'm soon realizing that can become stale quite quickly. And sure enough, when I started investigating, say, the biblical stories, curiously, you see this sort of attitude with the Israelites. Like, sometimes you have to wonder, like, but they're seeing all these grand things God's doing for them, and yet they still rebel. So like the pink elephant in the room scenario would become a very common thing after a while. Like a pink elephant would just become a common thing. So if God was in the room, his existence is like, okay, whoop-de-doo, he exists. Uh, but what's his since he's decided to condescend down fully, obviously in the Christian story with respect to Jesus, think about it, like what is his actual mission? Well, his actual mission is actually solving the death problem. Yes, the sin problem is part of it, and justification, faith. You're saved by faith alone, not of works. You're justified before God through Christ. All that stuff is part of it, but it's that hypostasis, that hypostatic union between the divine and basically the cosmos, which is Jesus' body, to cause that glorification. And as Romans 8 says, if you conform to Christ, the whole creation through that groaning can share in the resurrection life. That is God's ultimate intent. And to me, it's a John 1:14 scenario. The Word became flesh. Um, so 2015 was the year I became a Christian, and those 5 years was me wrestling with this. Which religion demonstrates this incarnating feature, which I find to be the uh, the defining rational principle for me to even venture an interest into believing this, if required. Um, all the other religions have gods within the system. Interestingly, Allah seems to be forever transcendent from the system. He never actually enters into the system. So how do we really know Allah actually exists? Well, at best, you're a deist in that sense. You're just going by Muhammad's word in this scenario, right?
Mm-hmm.
And uh, and none of the religious systems have this kenosis aspect, this entering nature aspect, the Philippians 2 sort of scenario of God is going right at the root of the problem of existence. Um, you know, he's sharing in our stead. And how curious, all the narratives that we see in movies, from Tolkien's Lord of the Rings to, say, recently the Avatar movie, like the whole concept of the Avatar, like Jake Sully entering into the Na'vi paradigm by incarnating into an avatar and becoming one of them, and saving them. It's like that same thing. It's like God is, for God to love the world, right? And he enters into creation in that most intimate way. So that really did it for me. My background is in engineering, a little bit of computer science, maths. Currently, I'm in a master's in astronomy, the square kilometer array. So we do like basically radio astrophysics, black hole research, all that stuff. Uh, and since 2017, I've been running a YouTube channel called Sentinel Apologetics, where again, kind of like that invested interest in only sticking with the critical scholarship and just whatever I discover, I just share. It's like, hey, check this out. So that sort of attitude I just share on my channel. Um, as of as of say the last year and a bit, I've started engaging more polemically with, you know, non-Christians, and obviously more recently with Muslims, eating up their material even more so. In other words, I've had the time to, like, since 2015 really, to um, grow as a Christian.
Mhm.
Uh, and now with all that flowing through my mind, I'm able to sort of just, I suppose you could say, react specifically with technical data points, knowing the background scholarship, and then say if there's an Islamic claim or a Hindu claim or whatever claim, I'm able to, like, again, counter it, but at the same time also learn even more if required. And then it's this constant refining process. So yeah, as of the last
Excellent.
year, 6 months in the year, I think my investigation into the Quran, especially from the scientific mold, and as of more recent as well, would be the the tales of the ancient stuff that we were
Hmm.
discussing. Like that
Hmm.
to me just flat out tells me the Quran is relying on prior sources, not directly from Allah. So yeah, I think this discussion on the science in the Quran will also demonstrate that. And
Excellent,
that's me in a
excellent. You
nutshell.
kind
Yeah.
of, yeah, you kind of already handled my questions, my follow-up questions I usually ask
Okay.
as why you're a Christian. I think you kind of pretty much touched on that. I
hmm
think that your answer, in short, would be because it makes sense. It fits with the evidence. It has real answers to life's questions, something along those lines.
I'll also quickly caveat this and say I don't know the Christian audience here in the sense that from a creationist point of view, but I'm a theistic evolutionist. I hold to the universe being 13.8 billion years old, Earth being 4.5 billion years old. I hold to human evolution. I do believe in a historical Adam and Eve, but I don't believe they're the first humans, but rather the first archetypal humans, the high priest. Like, I can actually make a very good, solid, scientific, still faithful to scripture, or I still consider scripture in a high regard. Like, I'm not, say, like a liberal sort of person. I want to take, say, the Genesis creation account very seriously the way it is, both in its ancient Near Eastern, initial ancient Near Eastern context, and what we call a concordance approach, where we concord with, which, by the way, which is what the Muslims are trying to do with the Quran. We try and concord with, say, a scientific backing. The curious thing about the Genesis account, the reason why we can do a concording approach, is because if Genesis is again discussing, say, the Persian Gulf area with the four rivers and all that, there's already overlap with the other ancient Near Eastern stories. In other words, a shared cultural memory that authenticates, say, Noah's flood in that region, and or the four rivers that connect with Eden, and so on. Like, but we can't do that with the Quran, and this is where we'll go with this. It's like if I ask those questions, like, where was Adam and Eve located? Well, according to them, it's that there is no Eve, but Adam was in heaven, and then he's sent down to earth. But where? Like, if I was to, you know, if I was to ask them the scientific question, like if I was to convert to Islam, what type of dawah would you utilize? You can't utilize human evolution because you don't believe in that. You can't utilize anthropology because you believe Adam descends down from heaven. And there's immediately, just right off the bat, they've already struck themselves in the foot. Whereas
Hmm.
my approach is, I wasn't a Bible basher, a Bible hater, or a religious hater. I was very apathetic to religion. It was, again, my Opus passing that intrigued me, with a pre-knowledge of the latest in science that we knew at the time, and even more so now. Um, I'm a mix of, like, a biologos, Hugh Ross, Walton, Heiser, like one big mash of all those scholars. Uh, and my faith, and not just my faith, but even my love for, say, the Genesis account is that much more stronger because of the shared scholarly, like, discourse that's taken place, because we have thought about these issues very seriously and very, like, critically. And we just come out of the basically we just come out the other end stronger and more informed and more like anchored in with a high regard to the scripture. And so I just want to like
Excellent.
put that out there
Yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So this channel takes a neutral approach. I don't advocate for any particular view of Genesis. I'm comfortable with any of the major views of it because ultimately it's not uh, part of the salvific message. Whether
Right.
the earth is old or young or human beings were specially created or evolved, it doesn't make any difference to me
Mm.
personally. So I just take a neutral approach to that. I do have opinions, but I don't uh, try to propagate them on the
Yep.
show.
That's awesome.
So Chris Kloss said, "God bless you, Thaddeus, and also God bless you, Rob, my Habibi." So thank
God
you
bless you,
for
Javi.
that super chat.
Yeah.
Much appreciated. And he also said that you are a good brother and a smart man. Saying that he has known you for over 10 years. So
Yeah.
thank
Around the
you.
time when I converted, that's when I met Chris. Yeah.
Oh, and I did not have that on the screen. There we go. Uh,
Yeah.
got back. Got the comments working now, so we're all good to go.
There we go.
I guess one more background question. You mentioned what you do on your channel, but why did you start it in the first place? What inspired you to start a YouTube channel?
Not for the intent of coming on and showing my face. I was a big introvert. I was a nerd. I I was a sporty nerd, but at the same time I was a nerd. Well, the only sport really I did was triathlons and Japanese kendo, and uh, and all I cared about was just reading and just being a nerd. Uh, the channel actually started with a close friend of mine. We still correspond together. In fact, he knows Avery, um,
Hmm.
Hunter Bailey. So when Google Hangouts was a thing in I think 2016, somewhere around there, like that's when I started to come onto the I knew Chris Claus just before that on Pal Talk. And that was my first engagement with Muslims was back then. And even back then, uh, I mean, Chris Claus can vouch for this. I was very naive with just the way it was. I mean, again, I don't want to throw Muslims under the bus. I want to be gracious and cordial in my approach here, and I always have whenever I've interacted with them. But I have to be honest, like just like what we see on Clubhouse, say, or what I've been seeing on Clubhouse as of late, there's a mannerism of they just a lot of them, not all, but a lot of them don't want that intellectual dialogue and discussion. And yeah, they just control the show. And then when I see it becoming very heated on both sides, here I am, this very naive Perth boy in Australia, sort of just going, "Why are you guys fighting all the time?" Or why are you so can't you just hear each other out? And I remember even Chris Claus sort of taking me back to a back channel and just explaining to me, "Look, just stick around and just see there's there's just agendas at play the whole time, and you won't find a fair discussion. It's rare to find a fair discussion." So that was my, I suppose you could say, my introduction. But I still, for the sake of charity, I didn't like just throw, say, the Quran or Islam or Muslims. I didn't like generalize. And again, like Chris Claus knows this, that I then disappeared for a few years. And then I popped up again randomly like 3 or 4 years later, and that's when I ran into Chris Claus again on YouTube and other places. And so the reason why I started my channel was, say, around 2016, 2017, this Google Hangout thing started. So I started interacting with online streams that I did not host. I came across Hunter Bailey, and we were doing a Bible study together in Ezekiel 33, where it speaks about the watchman. But the translation I was using, so the committee that worked on the ESV, NIV, NESB, worked on what's now called the ISV, which is the translation I currently use, International Standard Version. And their rendering of Watchmen is Sentinel. And so I thought that's a pretty cool translation. It's like cutting edge. It gives that again that cyberpunk feel to it. So Hunter and I basically, because him and I were of the same wavelengths, like we had the same interests, we read the same material. The funny thing is we only cared about critical scholarship. We didn't care about what you would call like a sensationalist sort of like apologetic text. We cared about, let's just see what non-Christian scholars say, and let's just go from there. So I then started like uploading YouTube videos, not of me, but just of scholars that I found intriguing. And then it just came to a point where I felt comfortable just to show my face. And then from about 2018 onwards, oh, and my first thing I did, so my very first series on my YouTube channel is dissecting the Matrix movie because I wanted to go back to what caused my faith journey, and scene by scene I was breaking the whole movie down. It's called The Matrix: A Cyberpunk Parable, and scene by scene I'm breaking it down. And then from there, then I started doing live streams, and the rest is history. So, um,
Excellent. Yeah,
but that's basically
kind
it.
of just
Yeah,
got, yeah, just kind of got thrown into it without ever planning it. It's kind of
yeah,
how
yeah,
my own channel started.
yeah.
Uh, in my case, Islam Critiqued, I ended up befriending him when his channel was much smaller and he had time to talk to people and
He's reached
I was
50K
telling him that,
views. I literally just saw it. I'm impressed. Yeah.
yeah,
Mm.
and I was just talking to him casually, and I mentioned that I was doing a talk at my church, which at the time was way outside my comfort zone. Talking to 15 people was way outside my comfort zone. And he's like, "Well, if you're gonna do it, you might as well go ahead and record it and put it on YouTube." And that's kind of how it got started for me.
Mm.
God makes interesting choices about who he wants to do his ministry for sure.
Yeah, and how all these woven parts just cross, and like for example, you and I crossing now, and yeah, it's just amazing. Yeah.
So Balrudder gave a super chat money for a down payment on a coffee. Thank you for that donation, much appreciated. And Peter Sayers says, "You squeezed a like out of me, perhaps like Jabril squeezed Muhammad in the cave." So
Oh, gosh.
go ahead and
Yeah.
hit that like button so that YouTube will be more likely to show this to other people. With that background out of the way, let's go ahead and take a look at the Quran, see what it has to say about our universe. Because, the
Hmm.
Muslims tell us that this is among their best evidence for the truth of Islam, the amazing scientific accuracy of the Quran. And I think you had a specific place you wanted to start.
Yeah, let's start with Surah 85. Should I share my screen?
Yeah, if you want, or I can share the either.
Okay, let's see here. This should be it.
Yep, it's
All
up on
right.
the screen.
Now, um, what is odd about this verse? By the heaven holding mansions of the stars, by the sky containing great signs, and Yusuf Ali, by the sky displaying the zodiacal signs. So let's just go to a tafsir right now. This is quite curious. The prior tafsir the prior ayah I want to go to is 2561. So if I just go 2561, this is where the first, I think it's the first occurrence of this, but um, okay, wait, it's not working there. I'll just go over here. Okay, so how I came across this, and this to me, I think apart from everything, all the other scientific details we can discuss, which in and of themselves are problems, this is the most telling. How I discovered this zodiacal problem, and I was intrigued by this, is because initially a Muslim told me that there's a ayah that speaks about the moon reflecting the sun's light. And so therefore, how could 7th century, Muhammad, how could he know about the moon reflecting the sun's light? Which, by the way, the notion of the moon reflecting or being a light reflector actually goes back to not just the 1st century AD, but even possibly 2 centuries prior, in in Greek astronomy. Curiously, there is, if you want to even push it back further, there is a verse in Ezekiel that speaks about how the moon will stop reflecting the sun's light with respect to Judgment Day. But that's the whole different discussion. But yeah, I wanted to see, for myself. Let's just see the dissection of this ayah. So obviously, the Muslim is going straight to this end part over here, moon giving light, or this a luminous moon. And apparently it's this lamp, which they're calling the sun, and apparently it's the moon that's giving its light. That's based on the grammar of how they try and translate this. But if I read this chronologically, notice it says, "He who has placed in the heaven mansions of the stars." So that's the first thing that happens. And then within this mansion of the stars, he's placed a lamp, and within the context of the lamp, he's then placed this moon. A little side note, the Arabic word for the moon giving the light is the same word that is also applied to when it says that Allah gives the light. It's the same word.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're arguing that the moon is reflecting light, then you have to use the same argument and say that Allah reflects light, which means there's a light source outside Allah that is hitting Allah, and then Allah is reflecting that. And now you've made you've made Allah into like a ontological creature that has finite forms. And
Yeah,
anyway,
and I believe that
yep.
the term they want to pretend is, the real light that comes from the sun is used of Muhammad as well. So it's like, okay, Muhammad's the true light and Allah is just reflecting it. Or
Hmm.
you can get rid of your bad argument. But hey, if you're going to make that argument, be consistent and admit that Muhammad is the actual source of light in Islam.
Hmm. Now, what? So I go into, here you go. You can click on the roots, all the Arabic roots. You can come down to the word for constellations, because I'm curious about this term here, Baruj. And I'm like, okay, this is a curious, like, because there is in astronomy, you're in your freshman course, you're introduced to, the development of, from say, astrological depictions, which in and of itself was actually, believe it or not, a genuine science. It's not like the astrology of today where you're just being superstitious with things. At the time, there was genuine, like from a geocentric point of view, a genuine method of calculating the position of planets. And this is what we find in what's known as the Babylonian almanacs. Like, for example, the Magi are a classic example of genuine astrologers, but again, um, within a geocentric model. One particular graphic I can use very quickly, I'm sort of doing this on the fly, but I can bring this up now and share my screen to show you this. Give me one moment. Okay, here. Sharing my screen, and I'll share this one. This is the ancient Near Eastern depiction. Oh, well, I suppose you could say the late ancient Near Eastern, so say post-exilic depiction of not just the Jews, but even the Greco-Roman folk, how they depicted their universe. So the Earth is in the middle. If you ever wondered what Ezekiel's Wheels was all about, so the wheels within wheels with the eyes and so on, and then Yahweh seated on the throne with the four living creatures. So this is a classic depiction of the Babylonian Zodiac. What Ezekiel is describing is that they believe that Babylon was in the center, and there was a wheel of all the living creatures associated with their pantheon. 12 of them, notice 12 signs, and when the text describes that there's stars that cover their body, well, the Hebrew word for star can also be eyes. Hence, when the Ezekiel text speaks about the eyes that covers these living creatures' bodies. And the wheel here, so as you can see, it's like a belt. And there's the sun, there's the earth. And whenever there would be occultations or planets, which they would call the wandering star, because these, out of all the other stars that move from one side of the sky to the other in a consistent, repetitive manner, that same sort of language in Ecclesiastes, the rising and the setting, it never falters. There would be 7 planets from what they could perceive. They could only perceive 7. That would have what's known as retrograde motion. They would push against the night sky sometimes. So they would go backwards and reverse. And these then became the gods in, say, the Babylonian astrological pantheon. So Jupiter would be, say, Marduk in that sense. And if there's certain occultations like, say, Jupiter and Saturn, say, coming close to each other and so on, sometimes the stars would be so close that it would look like there would be a hand reaching down between Jupiter and Saturn. So, and again, in say in Isaiah's discourse, where it speaks about how Yahweh with his hand will reach down and grab, you know, say his king or something. This is all polemical language of, say, the ancient Near Eastern depictions of how the god would reach with his hand and take with him as a lesser god. And so scholars are well aware of this type of language and this depiction because, again, of this astrological backing. But the point is that notice the first thing to exist is the zodiacal cycle, then the sun, and then the earth and the moon. All right. So coming back to the webpage, again, the same breakdown. So he, which is Allah, made constellations in the skies, placed therein a lamp and a moon giving light. So therein, so it's within this zodiacal structure. Now, you might be wondering, hang on, but there's no mention of the zodiac, in this ayah, right? Well, this is where the tafsirs come into play. And I find it curious that, for example, Jalalain, with respect to this ayah, says, God exalted be he, says, blessed, magnified is he who has placed in the heaven constellations, 12 of them. And then he lists all of them. And they are the mansions for the 7 orbiting planets. Oh, how curious, because that's exactly what the cultures knew. They only knew of 7 planets, which, by the way, this is why it corresponds to like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Even those names are associated with the planets. So Saturday is, say, Saturn, right? And then notice he then, right in line with the cutting edge of the astrology of the day, each planet would correspond to a certain constellation. So Mars rules Aries and Scorpio, Venus, Taurus, and Libra, Mercury, Gemini, and Virgo. And placed in the lamp, namely the sun and the shining moon, a variant reading for sun has the plural, which would mean luminous stars. So the moon is singled out for mention because of its particular merit. So then I'm really intrigued by this. Hang on a second. Allah creates the zodiac? So let's go Ibn Kathir. So Allah glorifies himself, praises the beauty created in the heavens, the giant stars according to the view. And if I go down to, I think it's in the next one. So now if I go back to 85, which by the way, I've actually shown this to Muslims before. They deny this, and then I've shown them Yusuf Ali's translation, and clearly Yusuf Ali says zodiacal signs. So when I go into the tafsir with this one, notice this by Ibn Abbas. He goes, and from his narration on the authority of Ibn Abbas that he said regarding interpretation of Allah, saying, Allah swears by the heaven which includes mansions of the stars. He swears by the heaven which has mansions between heaven and earth. Oh, curious. Mansions between heaven and earth. Allah knows that. Jalalain again, by the heaven of the constellations, the 12 constellations of planets, as explained back in 2561. And now, Ibn Kathir. So, because don't forget, Ibn Kathir didn't really speak about it in 2561, but when you come to 85, he has to go there. He's like, look, by the heaven holding the Buruj, the beautiful creation. Ibn Jara chose the view that it means the positions of the sun and moon, which are 12 Buruj. The sun travels through each one of these Buruj in 1 month. The moon travels through each one of these in 2 and 3 days, which makes a total of 28 positions and is hidden for 2 nights. This is the monthly cycle. 28 days in a month. Which goes back again to the lunisolar calendar, which again goes back to the zodiacal cycles. And okay, let's think about this critically. So I'll stop sharing my screen. Did you know that if you hold to the Big Bang, which I know Muslims try and utilize the Big Bang with other ayah in the Quran, you're talking about the universe expanding over 13.79 billion years. 9 billion years into the universe's expansion, you have our solar system forming around a newly forming star. Jupiter happens to be the first one to form. The Zodiac did not exist the way it currently exists. You have a moon collision event. So if the Earth is forming, and there's a very precise age for the Earth, it's 4.5662 plus or minus 0.0001 billion years old. The reason why it's so precise is because when you take argon dating from say Mars, or we've even taken lunar samples in the Apollo missions, and it shows that the moon is actually younger by 100 million years. There's rocks. In fact, where I'm in Australia, Australia is considered, it houses the oldest rocks on the planet. So lead-to-lead dating, all those dating methods that we apply, we come to a very precise age for the Earth. There's a moon collision event that takes place about 4.4 billion years ago, which is 100 years after the Earth forms. Basically, what happens is that the Earth, so this is Earth. Actually, the Earth was what we would call a super Earth. It was a lot bigger. The moon was about 75 kilometers per second at a roughly 45-degree angle. Some argue close to 90 degrees. That's debated. Well, actually, not the moon. An object called Theia, which is a Mars-sized object. So Mars is about 2/3 Earth size, just to give you perspective. Collides with the Earth, and then fuses itself, and then now you have an amalgamation of this Theia material and then the super Earth breaking apart, and then the Earth then reduces in its size, and then the rest of the debris start to coalesce gravitationally, and then it becomes the moon. The Earth's day at the time was about 50 minutes, and as you have over millions and millions and millions of years, it's what's called gravitational locking and breaking. And the conservation of energy has to take place. So as the moon spirals away slowly and slowly, the Earth's rotation slows down because again there's an expenditure of the energy gravitationally. In other words, there's this gravitational tug and war, because as the moon's pulling away, it's gravitationally linked to the Earth's conservation of energy and its momentum. And this is why the moon, it's not a linear progression. It's a, you have to basically take into account multivariate calculus to break this down. It's what's also known as Lagrange points and so on. And then 200 million years ago, the Earth's day was 21 hours. The Earth, there was no, say, 28 days in a month. No, in other words, time or the calendar was never the same. There was no 24 hours since day one of creation. The calendar is always changing, basically. Okay, so 200 million years from now, the day is going to be 25 hours, by the way. So the Earth is still slowing down. But according to this verse, it's saying that Allah has already set in place this fixed period of 28 days in the month. This fixed zodiacal alignment of the stars. Like Aries looks like Aries. Virgo looks like Virgo. And he's sworn by it. And it's beautiful. It's this beautiful creation. But hang on a second. Human imagination is what connected these stars together, because it's human migrations. I mean, again, if you're going down the evolutionary route, we can explain through humans from Southeast Africa migrating into Northeast Africa into the Persian Gulf. This is all during the Pleistocene period. So say 200,000 years ago, they come into the Persian Gulf, say about 70,000 years ago. I believe Noah's flood is about 12,000 years ago, meaning there was no Persian Gulf. There was actually a big oasis there. The Indian Ocean spills in during the last ice age, and that's what I believe to be Noah's flood. And so then these migration patterns, we can actually see for ourselves. The introduction of astrology and the star mapping and so on is because of the fact that they are trying to survive. And lo and behold, the menses of a woman seems to match also the cycles of, say, the moon, and the moon acts like a timekeeper. And like, so it's a lot of myth building that takes place, which now as a Christian I can say that God in his wisdom accommodates these so-called myth building to bring about his ultimate plans, which ultimately are not relying on like that he has to like actually create these things and put them there, but rather providentially over the course of time when they are there, people like the Magi can do what they do, and hence the Jesus story, right? But here the Quran is saying that Allah actually pre-programs and pre-puts all of this there, and it's a fixed thing, and he swears by the Zodiac. So Allah created the Zodiac, but the Zodiac is a pagan thing, and Christians never claim, or prior, like no Orthodox Jew would ever affirm that Yahweh is relying on the Zodiac, or Yahweh created the Zodiac. Again, Ezekiel is polemically saying that you guys believe in Marduk as being the god of the cycles of time in that zodiacal wheel, but my God is transcendent to that, and he's going to turn it on its head, basically. This is why Ezekiel positions Yahweh as being seated above the wheels. So I just wanted to like whet everyone's appetite as to, for me, this one really seals the deal. Like you have Ibn Kathir acknowledging it, Jalalain acknowledging it, Yusuf Ali translating it, zodiacal signs. And yeah, I'm just interested to hear your thoughts and your response to that. So
Yeah, so I think summarize it here. We got Allah swearing by constellations, which are just arbitrary decisions to connect stars based on human imagination, that didn't exist in their current form when and early in the universe, and the Earth itself didn't
Not for
exist.
billions of years. Yep.
Right.
Hmm.
And of course, the if you're some other place in the universe, your observation of the same stars would look completely different.
Hmm.
So he seems to be on Earth, swearing by something that human beings use their imagination to create.
Hmm.
Eh, Very interesting deity here.
Otherwise, you'd have to say that Allah inspired those 124,000 prophets, right? And out of those
Mhm.
124,000 prophets, they may have introduced the Zodiac. And but then you are being anachronistic and well, yeah, basically anachronistic. Um, and it's special pleading to believe that. And so,
So, Inshallah says, I'm afraid it seems to me that you're making a straw man argument because the Quran is not saying what you are saying. Well, the tafsirs seem to think that it's saying that. So, at minimum, it's not a straw man because we're not misrepresenting the position of these well respected Muslim commentators. Uh, and then additionally, what evidence do you have that they are wrong, that they
mhm.
don't know the context of the Quran? It seems that to me that these commentators are drawing from the same social context as the author of the text, and thus they're understanding things that may not be immediately obvious to the modern reader today, but they're understanding what the text is trying to say because they're from the same cultural background. Would you say that's a fair representation, Rob?
Yeah, it's not it's a no-brainer. It's not a shocker that if I ask inshallah here, what's the Arabic word for what, say, some of these translations give as mansion or constellation, the Baruj. Uh, what would you call it? Like, would you just say a constellation of stars? Okay, if it's just a constellation of stars, meaning it's just, stars. That's all it is, just stars. I suppose then what you're saying is that there's just this vast sea of just stars just out there. And then localized here is the sun and the moon and the earth. So that's one way of looking at it. If you go down that argument, if you're just isolating Baruch, just mean stars. My pushback is, why is that term used very specifically for the zodiac in Islamic or in that Arabian context and like even before um, the Arabic usage of the zodiac? Like it's a very carefully consistent thing that's going on in all the cultures, even well before Islam. I mean, let's just be honest. What was happening at the Kaaba pre-Islam? What were they doing, Thaddeus? Why did they
They were
circle
giving,
around
yeah, they were circling it. They were giving sacrifices to pagan idols. Um, at
and the whole
least
thing
according
has an
to the Islamic
astrological
sources.
connection. Yeah.
Yep. That,
So it's what we call
which
it's what
reminds
scholars call
me,
astral deities. So yeah. Hmm.
you mentioned the seven planets. I believe this is also where the idea of there being seven heavens comes from, an idea that
Hmm.
finds its way into the Islamic literature.
Yep. So
So
yeah.
So we have these seven heavens. So I guess the first one is the moon, right? And then probably
Yeah,
Venus is the next closest.
I'll show you a graphic. This is the best depiction of um that. Here you go.
Excellent.
So, and don't forget, in other Muslim discussions I've seen, other debates I've seen, there's a whole debate with Jake, the metaphysician, and Khalil about God or Allah having to descend down. But it's quite curious. Yeah, there's the seven Earths. this whole model here fits in ancient Near Eastern cosmology. It's completely consistent with it. You have the Earth surrounded with the ocean. Here's your invisible pillars that hold up the heaven. Stars hanging from the sky dome. Now here are
Mhm.
your rotations of now the many heavens. So you have the moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, Saturn. So, and notice this pre-Copernican universe. So in other words, a pre-heliocentric depiction of the universe. Um, yeah, you have to demonstrate otherwise that this is not the picture that the Quran gives. It just has to be like you have to demonstrate otherwise. So, but
Yeah,
this
so
is what the scholars
inshallah
give up. Yeah.
said that scholars are not all knowing. We Muslims believe the word of Allah and his messenger. Well, I believe that it says quite explicitly in the Quran that stars are in the lowest heaven. Here we have this picture depicting
Hmm.
the heavens as understood by the ancient mind, which just happened to be the same number that Muhammad claims there are. He claims there's seven heavens and that the stars
Hmm.
are in the lowest heaven. However, this makes the stars closer to us than the moon or
Hmm.
Mercury or the sun.
And we know
You can
of
see,
quasars going back 13 billion light years, which means quasars are at least 13 billion light years away. And yeah.
yeah, and I was going to say, I can see how an ancient person would think that the stars were the closest because they appear much smaller. They appear to be these tiny little objects. You might think that they're really close by because they kind of seem like they're just right there. I don't know why the creator of the universe would make that mistake, though. Any
So,
ideas why?
well, first and foremost, he wouldn't. And
Right.
if God were to do something like that, he would have to give terabytes of data of continual updates of literally every second that transpires in this universe. Because don't forget, we're talking. The universe is not just some. We just to give you guys a little bit of like a scientific humility here. Are you, Thaddeus? Are you familiar with Carl Sagan's pale blue dot?
Sounds vaguely familiar.
Okay, a very very humbling perspective from an agnostic astronomer. Um, let me just bring up that photo. Actually, I'll bring up the original photo and then I'll bring up the latest depiction of that photo. Okay. This is just to give you guys a little bit of perspective on what astronomers have to deal with from a whoops. I'll share the whoops. Sorry about that. I'll share my window. And Carl Sagan wrote a poem, which might be lengthy to read, but it it speaks in regards to this. I'll just summarize his poem basically. But okay, this photo was taken by Voyager. Voyager was sent Voyager 1, and it was taken in 1990. Um, and Voyager was released in 77. And what's happening is Voyager is before it literally leaves the solar system and before it loses all connection to us, it was able to send one last image as it looked back to Earth from the perspective of Pluto. And it just so happened that a sunbeam, because of the camera lens and so on, like it was just crossing over the pale blue dot. Now, a more up-to-date and more accurate depiction of this is this one. I'm trying to paste it. There we go. So obviously there's color corrections and so on, and there's Earth. Now, and And don't think that there's light everywhere, because the original image is actually a little bit more accurate as far as like the voidness of reality. In other words, if you look up here on the top right of the image, space is just black. Yes, there's stars, but yeah, it's just this void. And look how lonely we actually are in this void. And Carl Sagan's point is that even when you go down to like, and he used terminologies like a fraction of a pixel of all the misunderstandings that takes place on a fraction of a pixel of that dot, all the wars that's transpired, all the hopeful generals, all those religious wars that take place, and every person that you love, every person that you've known, both good and bad, and just everything that has ever happened has happened on this pale blue dot. So that being said, when you and I are seated now on our chairs, perceiving time to be ticking over as a second ticks over, and we count, 24 hours in a day, and there's another day, and there's another day. We fail to, um, and it's no fault of ours. It's this can be explained evolutionary, but we are literally in an echo chamber without realizing it. We our seats are static, or so it seems. Everything seems very stable, but there is truckloads, or even beyond truckloads. It's like super duper, kajupa, truckloads of chaos, and motion, and a kinetic form of evolution and movement happening every second in this entire universe. Um, the Earth is moving at such a speed around, say, the sun, which is really, really fast. The sun, in turn, and the solar system with the sun is moving around our Milky Way galaxy in the outer arm of a Milky Way galaxy at a ridiculous speed. Our Milky Way galaxy is 150,000 light years in its diameter. The Milky Way galaxy itself is moving at a ridiculous speed. The universe is the expansion of space-time itself is operating at a very fine-tuned rate, but the changes and the speeds at which this is all taking place is just incredible. At every given moment, there's something like, if we were to do like a scientific analysis of every given moment in this universe, you'd need terabytes of data just to stay up to date as the universe evolves. I mean, we recently saw the James Webb Telescope pictures that were coming out, and how like magnificent the universe actually looks, and how just mesmerizing. And okay, so that being said, when you have that perspective in mind,
Mhm.
um, notice that when you read something like you know sort of 85 I01, it is so centralized. It's like you are, in other words, Allah is tackling this issue, or making the statement from basically a localized Arabian 7th century Arabian um, perception of the night sky. That is already automatically a telltale sign that the Quran can't be from a god who, at least from Pluto's vantage point, you know, at least
Uh-huh.
if we had, say, an alien message from Pluto's vantage point about, hey, look, there's this pale blue dot. You guys live on a pale blue dot suspended in a sunbeam, and we got that message in 7th century Arabia, I would be freaked out by that. I'd be like, yeah, there has to be some sort of alien spacecraft that sent that message before we've even been able to go past the heliocentric understandings of our solar system. Um, so I just want to like angle it from that, like have a thought experiment. Just think critically and rationally about this. You are an astronaut. You go out into space. You look back onto the Earth, and you see that you're not the center of the world. You are genuinely a pale blue dot in the vastness, in this void. How is Allah not going to, like? And then you read your Quran. And then from that, in that void, how are you now going to say pray to Mecca? How are you going to do the Hajj? How are you going to, the 5 pillars of Islam start to just break down just from the vantage point of just if you have a thought experiment of where your position in space and so on. Like what about if you are in the Andromeda galaxy? You wouldn't be seeing the 12 zodiacs. Um, does that mean that 0851 is no longer relevant from, say, the Andromeda galaxy's point of view? Um, so yeah. By the way, Taris, if you have any other, I don't know, like
Yeah.
Quran statements,
So
feel free to ask
I definitely
questions.
have some comments from the audience that I want to bring up here in a second. But first, I wanted to bring
Hmm.
this up, which a friend just sent me. Actually, Lloyd, who's a regular on this channel, just sent me from Carl Sagan that says, "How is it that hardly any major religion has looked at science and concluded this is bigger than we thought? The universe is bigger than our prophets said, grander, more subtle, more elegant. Instead, they say, no, 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 my God is a little God, and I want him to stay that way. A religion, old or new, that stressed the magnificence of the universe as revealed by modern science might be able to draw forth reserves of reverence and awe hardly tapped by the conventional faith. Sooner or later, such a religion will emerge." And I want to get your
Hmm.
thoughts on this quote.
Yeah. So my response is, so when he says a religion old and new that stressed the magnificence of the universe is revealed by modern science might be able to draw forth reserves of reverence and awe hardly tapped by the conventional faith, sooner or later such religion will emerge. So I'll then quickly show you this quote. So this is, if anyone's interested, I've written commentaries on the Bible. I've written on Revelation. I've written on Revelation and Mark. I'm currently writing on Daniel. And with respect to in Revelation, where it speaks about the 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 illogical nature of idol worship, all right, and I go through, say, church father material, and again, the church fathers are relying on their scripture with the utmost like cutting edge intuition, like Athanasius saying things like, you know, how could he fail to pity them in this also saying that they worship them that cannot see? And strangest of all, do they serve as their masters' beings whom they themselves keep under their own power and, stuff like that. But someone like Jerome, so the reason why I bring this up with Carl Sagan is because when I put this together in my Revelation commentary, so Carl Sagan is down here. Here's the pale blue dot notion. Here's the Carl Sagan quote. And I'm saying here that Carl Sagan, even though he's in the 20th century, he's actually echoing Jerome in the 4th century, exactly the same comments. So Jerome said this. Jerome goes, he first speaks about the idol over here, right? Uh, in fact, I'll read from the start. So, according to the moral sense, we can say that the leaders of the heretics flourish, inventing different idols from their heart, or by the charm of speech, which is what silver means, or by the splendor of gold, which appeals to the senses, or by the fine wood. These are the more vile teachings and are thought everlasting by those who invent them and are strengthened by dialectical skill, lest they move and decay. So he's being very sarcastic there. Instead, they stand fast with a solid root. For if we consider the different nations in all the world, from ocean to ocean, that is, from the Indian Sea to Britannic to, well, basically Britain, and from the Atlantic up to the northern ice cap where the waters congeal and fine amber is frozen. How curious! How did Jerome know all these details before the Quran, by the way? We see that every race of human being lives like locusts within it. How curious! Jerome is, before the Quran, a Christian, thinking of the finiteness and the smallness, exactly as Carl Sagan's getting at. And he goes, are we not amazed at the relative smallness of human beings whose bodies are like locusts when you consider their minute movements or minute movements in the grand scheme of things? The Lord is the one who stretched out the heavens and increased them so that the multitude of angels could live above them and the human race could dwell below as a house fit to contain all the reasonable creatures he had made. Greek and Roman history tells us so many kings. Where is that uncountable army of Xerxes? Where is the Israelite host in the desert? And then he says, where is the incredible power of kings? What shall I say about those long ago? For present examples teach us that leaders are next to nothing, and the rulers of the earth are considered empty. The princes and judges of the earth are neither sown, nor planted, nor fixed with stable root. They are carried off at the command of God in an instant and perish like the blade of grass taken by the wind and storm. Just as it is written, I crossed over and he was not there. I sought him and his place was not found. So from Jerome's insights, I then connect this because I'm a fan of Carl Sagan, and Carl Sagan is saying this exact same thing. And ultimately, Jerome is getting this from David in Psalm 8. So within the expanse of 6,000 stars, and yes, within a geocentric point of view, I'm not saying like I'm saying for the sake, we're all geocentrists. Like when we look up at the night sky, we are technically geocentrists, even though we work scientifically heliocentrically. But as creatures localized on this planet, geocentrism is literally Earth-centered. So from an Earth-centered point of view, David is saying, when I look at the heavens, the work of your fingers, the moon and the stars that you establish, what is man that you take notice of him, or the son of man that you pay attention to him? So here you have at least all the way back to David. Finally, Jerome, already with the cutting edge Greek astronomy science that he's already familiar with, this humility of understanding something that now in the 20th century they are vindicated by the Voyager spacecraft photo to show, yeah, what is man that you should take notice of him? Because the pale blue dot is exactly Carl Sagan's point. And so notice that the Quran doesn't angle it from that perspective. The Quran says that everything is surrounding, or it has enclosed uh, with a regular pattern of cycles of time with the zodiac and so on. This thing we call Earth, and obviously the lamp and the moon. That is a closed universe. In fact, I would even vouch to say that is a closed solar system, not like what you're seeing there from authors prior to the Quran that are acknowledging that when human imagination is is demonstrated to be ironically prone to error because of their error-prone uh, interests in making idols, reflecting their error-prone judgments of the heavens, and in other words, notice the Bible and Jerome and all these guys are like mocking just the uselessness of all this stuff. Their mockery is vindicated by the advances in science that we've made now, where Carl Sagan himself would sit right next to Jerome and say, "Yeah, I agree with you." Like all those religions that had a certain hope with a certain idol that they made, depended on a certain star or thing that they saw in the night sky. Yeah, that superstition was finite and is just, yeah, it's just gone. Um, but again, the Quran says Allah is the one creating the zodiac, and so this is a major issue. Allah is trapped in a 7th century geocentric zodiacal astrology. So,
Indeed, indeed. Lloyd says, are you aware that Carl Sagan despised
yes.
Christianity? His comments were intended as negative. And I think that's the point.
Mhm.
He said that any religion that has this, past or present, would, maybe he didn't really say it would be correct, but it would at least have a chance of inspiring people the way he thinks science does. And then you demonstrated that
Mhm.
Christianity did, in fact, have that view long
Mhm.
before uh, scientists like
The
himself
quotes is
came
the
along.
same, yeah. Yeah. Just to also say this, that's too strong an assertion for Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan was very sympathetic to Christian astronomers. There was one student of his who happens to now run a well-known ministry, Reasons to Believe, Hugh Ross. Hugh Ross was a student of Carl Sagan. Hugh Ross spoke of Carl Sagan highly. Hugh Ross became Christian through Carl Sagan's encouragement in the sense that not that Carl Sagan was directly telling you, but rather Carl Sagan's approach to this, where it became more of like a Sagan religion. In other words, he started to worship more the cosmos than. In other words, there was a little bit of an irony that's like, hang on, you're being hypocritical here, Carl, by becoming like a new agey type of scientist. But the point is, his approach of a hyper skeptical, like like what's the famous line? Extraordinary things require extraordinary evidence, or something like that. Like, that is an approach that Christians themselves acknowledged with, say, things like the resurrection. That is an extraordinary claim. Like, Jesus rising from the dead. That is a radical claim. But his resurrection vindicated everything Jesus claimed who he was. If there was no resurrection, he's not Yahweh in flesh. It's so Christians have been engaging this. I mean, this goes into the emergence of the scientific revolution in Christian Europe. It's the Christian model of the fall that introduced things like the scientific method to begin with, because if we are sin-prone creatures, there's no way to be perfect in any of our judgments. So there's always prone for error to happen, and that in turn caused people to wonder: is there a model to try and avoid this fallen creature issue? Is there a way to self-correct? And hence the scientific method, or the Popper method, came about. Well, Popper being much later, like, we're talking 20th century depictions of the scientific revolution that came centuries prior. But so, yeah.
Excellent. So I have some questions from the audience. I also posted the link for the Muslims in the chat if they want to come up and talk to us. That would be awesome. We'd love to have a friendly discussion with you. So Peter, who I'm pretty sure is a Muslim, he hasn't been explicit about that, but I'm pretty sure he's a Muslim. He says, there's no reason for Allah to tell us what's going on in the Andromeda galaxy. I don't understand why you want to know what it's like over there regarding the Zodiac, etc. So could you maybe explain the difference between the Quran having a human perspective and what you're talking about? So it's not that it describes things from an Earth's point of view that's the problem here, right? And it's more that Allah seems to think that these arbitrary creations of human beings are eternal. Is that correct?
Yep. So coming back, I'll share my screen again. Coming back to, say, Ibn Kathir's points. If we removed the word Allah from it, right? And if we as as just interested readers of how people used to think in the past, and if we just came across this person saying, so Jalalain saying, by the heaven of the constellations, the 12 constellations of planets, okay? Or if we saw something like, let's see. So instead of reading stuff like He Who Has Placed, but rather if we just read, if in isolation, if we read the Baruj, and that there's a great lamp. Oops.
Yeah. So welcome to the chat, Sasha. We're having some feedback. So I went ahead and muted you for now. Go ahead and continue on.
Okay. So if we just from a naturalistic point of view, we just saw these things that we perceive from a geocentric, Earth-centric point of view, right? The sun, the moon. Then yeah, there's no problem. We agree. This is just part and parcel of what people were describing naturalistically anyway. But here's the problem. The Quran is directly from Allah. And then the Muslim commentators are thinking that this is a beautiful creation, and that the positions of the sun, moon, and which are the 12 Baruj, and the sun travels through each one of these, which one it's known as the ecliptic. So the ecliptic of the sun goes through the constellations in that wheel-like sense. And so here you have up here, he swears by this. Why would he do this? Like, why would Allah swear by a night sky that is Earth-centric? I thought Allah is above all of creation. I thought he would be the equivalent of a pale blue dot, position. Why would he need to swear by the zodiac that is already a human construct? That's the key question here.
Yeah, definitely a key question there. Why is Allah swearing by something that's only observable from Earth and is in fact really just an
In fact,
arbitrary
in fact,
decision human beings have made?
yeah. In fact, let's go a little bit deeper here with Ibn Kathir's point, because this kind of hits. This is so obvious. It's so obvious we even fail to ask this obvious question. Okay, see how it speaks about the 28 positions, right? Which then brings for us the calendar and so on. Look what he then says, and by the promised day. Okay? So Ibn Kathir says, this refers to the day of judgment, and by the witness. This refers to Friday, and the sun does not rise or set on a day that is better than Friday. During it, there is an hour that no Muslim servant catches while asking Allah from some good, except that Allah will give it to him. Okay. Why Friday?
Why
Why
Friday
is,
indeed?
like, think about it. Why is Allah intimidated by any other day? Why is it Friday? Why can't it be Tuesday? Why can't it be Wednesday? Why can't it be some day like a Mars time day? Why can't it be some, say, Andromeda time day? Oh, how curious. It's Friday because these are human inventions, human-made calendars with respect to the zodiacal structure, with respect to the 7 planets, because Friday is associated with a certain planet, which then brings about pagan superstition, and this then leads to why you have things like the Sabbath. The Sabbath rest in the Old Testament Jewish sense was chosen as a polemic against the ancient Near Eastern chosen days for their Sabbath rest of their deity king and so on. But why is Allah associating himself with a given Earth's time and day, like Friday? It makes no sense.
Indeed.
Yeah.
As Watchman pointed out, there is, of course, actually a reason why Friday, and that's because that was the day that man was created, according to Islam.
Based on Earth clocks. So hang
Uh-huh.
on, was man made according to Earth clocks, but in heaven? So where's heaven positioned? Is heaven beyond the zodiac? And it's like, okay, guys, you know that pale blue dot down there? It's working with Earth's time, 24 hours. Don't worry about it. We're just going to use its calendar, even though we're far away from it. And oh yeah, prostration, come on, take place. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to go down into a condescending mockery, but notice notice how this immediately falls into, if you want to psychologize these statements, it falls into a man-centered, geocentric rationalizing of making God in my image rather than God being made. So rather than humans being made in God's image, rather it's the reverse. It's God being made in my image and my understandings of this reality.
So Peter apparently misunderstood the point. And to be clear, I wasn't joking. I don't think Watchman was joking. That really is why Friday is revered in Islam, is because it's when man was created. But Peter says Friday is an English word, man. Well, yeah, but it corresponds to the Islamic word for the same day of the week, which I believe is just seventh. So, the days in the week in Islam are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well,
So
great, but that
I'll
doesn't
read out
change
the
the
days.
argument in any way.
Yeah, I'll read out the days according to the ancient zodiac. Monday is Moon Day, the moon. Tuesday is Mars. Wednesday is Mercury. Thursday is Jupiter. Friday is Venus. Saturday is Saturn. And Sunday is Sun. That's the known planets according to the week. And notice they treat the sun
Indeed.
as a planet.
No, Peter, we do not think the ancient Arabs literally said the word Friday. That doesn't have anything to do with the point being made.
Yeah.
Try to pay attention to the point here. It has nothing to do with the name of the day of the week. Did ancient Arabs have days of the week? Yes, they did. That's the actual point here.
Yeah.
Uh,
And Allah's
so
swearing by, well, and then Tafsir commentators are putting in Allah's mouth that Allah is relying on the human construct of the calendar and days and so on.
So this one is perhaps a simple question here from Simple Jack. How did Mercury get closer than Venus? So when you showed the seven heavens, Mercury was closer than Venus, which of course is not
Hmm.
closer in reality.
Yeah. No, but that's because of its metallicity. So it's the brightness in the sky. And also its periodicity. So it's, when I told you about the retrograde motion, so the wandering star motion, some of these planets would move fast, some of them would move slow. Um, very curiously, I'll uh, I'll have you share your screen very briefly to give, say, a Christian counter to this. Do you have your Bible open, or should I open it that you can share?
I Yeah, I have it open. Where would you like me to go?
Go to Galatians 4 and go from verse 4 down to 10.
Let me
And
share the screen.
now this is now to I'm giving a Christian polemic response over here.
Okay. I shared it, but then I forgot to add it to the scene. So that's why you weren't singing.
Ah, that's fine. That's
So
fine. All right. Okay.
start.
Uh, read for me from verse 4. Read verse 4,
Mhm.
then read. Actually, you know what? Yeah, just read from 4 down to 10.
I will do that. But when the
Hmm.
fullness of time had come, God sent forth his Son, born of woman, born under the law, to redeem those who are under the law, so that we might receive adoption as sons. And because you are sons, God has sent the Spirit of his Son into our hearts, crying, Abba, Father. So you are no longer a slave, but a son, and if a son, then an heir through God. Formerly, when you did not know God, you were enslaved to those that by nature are not God's. But now that you have come to know God, or rather be known by God, how can you turn back again to the weak and worthless elementary principles of the world, whose slaves you want to once more, or you want to be once more? You observe days and months and seasons and years. I am afraid I have labored over you in vain.
All right. Now, have a guess what you think these elementary principles of the world is, and that they're slaves to it.
Uh, it could be referring to a variety of things. I wouldn't have guessed it had anything to do with astrology, except that the fact that you're bringing it up, I would
Hmm.
think that it's about false gods, idols,
Hmm.
which of course could be related. So
So, scholarship with respect to Galatia, and this is Galatians is considered one of they debate whether Thessalonians or Galatians is the Paul's first letter. Um, verse 3 says, "In the same way, we also, when we were children, were slave to the elementary principles of the world." From a Jewish point of view, uh, he's talking about how there was a split in Judaism. In fact, the Qumran community, the reason why they became their own pure community is because they were becoming Hellenized in the Greco-Roman sense, and obviously the Greco-Roman astrology is kicking in. Scholars who commentate on this particular passage in Galatians mark these Second Temple / Greco-Roman overlaps. But verse 4, Paul is taking what would be considered the astrological timing, or in other words, if you want to water down the word astrology and make it say astronomy or something more palatable, then you would say like, the cycles of time. When finally in God's providence, right, when the fullness of time had come, God finally sent his son, which, by the way, the Magi, in their own astrological religion, they were able to calculate the time of Jesus' arrival. Paul then says that formerly when you did not know God, so in the Greek, atheists, but again, the term atheist in those times didn't mean you were atheos, or like not believing in God like the way it's used today, but rather the term was used about association. I'm an atheos to this deity, but it's not that I'm an atheist to say the deity that I worship. In other words, I have no association with this deity. So when you did not know God, or you did not, there was no association with the God of Israel, you enslaved to those by nature are not gods. Well, by nature, that is a fantastic, very scientific, very Carl Sagan-like way of talking. Because see, verse 10 says you observe days, months, seasons, and years. That's astrology 101. You then associate the days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, with all the, certain deities and so on, right? Jupiter, Thursday, in this case, Zeus would be for Thursday, or Marduk in an ancient Near Eastern sense. But Paul is saying, by nature, they're not gods. They're just natural objects in the sky. And you're enslaved in the superstition by what he calls weak and worthless. They have no power in them on themselves. They're just a natural. It's just what it is. So why do you want to be slaves to things that at the end of the day will send you to ruin and not do any good for you? The true God will keep you free. That's why if you go back to verse 6, you are now sons. God has sent the Spirit of His Son into our hearts. So you're no longer a slave, but a son, right? So now notice you have first century Christianity coming right up on the heels of discounting, say, in this case, astrology, right? But now in 7th century in the Quran, you have the Quran affirming that Allah creates the zodiac. So I just wanted to like also blend the two in a Christian polemical sense.
Excellent. So Sasha, you are now off mute. So if you have anything you want to contribute at any time, feel free to jump
Also, if you have any
in.
science questions or any other questions in the Quran that you want scientific clarification, I can do that.
Yes, I have a number
Yeah.
of questions from the audience I took throughout, but before we get to those, I want to put this up from Wad White, who said that the swearing here is meant to attract our attention to the greatness of God's creation. That Allah is apparently swearing by creation to make us aware of its majesty. Not quite sure how that works, but I do have some interesting observation along those lines, which I'm pulling up here from Ask Truth, where Muhammad says that anyone who swears by anything other than Allah is a pagan or a polytheist, depending on how you want to, which hadith you want to look at or how you want to translate it. So apparently, according to Muhammad, Allah is a polytheist.
Through the zodiac.
Yeah, and not only, right, that's a good point, actually. Not only is he swearing by some arbitrary object, a star or whatever, but he's actually swearing by something that's considered to be a deity. It's
And
considered to
what
be
does Paul say in Galatians 4? They are not gods. They are just
exactly.
worthless, weak, elementary principles. And Allah swears by the worthless, weak, elementary principles.
All right. So I've put up a number of Peter's statements. I have some others throughout, but let's take something from someone else here. So early on, RJ said, everyone forgets the rooster. None always seems to get more attention. Allah does swear by him, so I get it. But so he's referring perhaps to the thumbnail where I put the whale in. But in general, we see a whole bunch of different.
Yeah, the
I'm
whole
not
whale
quite sure
thing
how to.
is interesting
Yeah,
because I don't know if you want to share much on that, but again,
oh
even the
well,
whale
I was
has
just going to
backing
say.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what you have to say about the whale, but I was just going to
Mm-hmm.
say in general, we see a whole bunch of different pictures, I guess might be the best word, where the earth is sitting on top of a whale or an angel is holding it up, who is in turn standing on a rock or a whale, or the one has a rooster in it. There's a whole bunch of different animals involved. But the whale tends to get the most attention, and that's because in the very, at least what is said to be the first verse of the Quran revealed, that everything's created by the pen. It starts with the word none, or really just Arabic letter, and doesn't seem to have any meaning. But the tafsirs tell us that this is the name of the whale that the earth is sitting on.
Yep. I'm going to share with you prior to the Quran. This is the ancient Near Eastern depiction. That's where this whale comes from, really. That the earth is seated on the back of the whale. But whale, don't forget, is a translation. It's just a great fish. Okay. What do we see? I'll wait for you to bring it up fully.
Yep, it's there.
Yep. If you can remove the
Oh,
comment.
yeah. Yep,
Yep.
I could do that.
Okay. Now, there's this watery void. Here's your flat Earth again. Here's your dome. Now, by the way, this is not Israelite depictions, although Israel took ancient Near Eastern cosmology and again did polemics with it. But this is your central temple in Babylon. There's the ziggurat structure where the god meets the human king down here, and because again in the ancient Near East you have gods depicted as their feet are so they're seated on the heavenly thrones and their feet rest on the watery cosmos underneath their feet. So in other words, if God's seated up here, his feet are resting on the waters above. Okay, what's underneath the earth? Leviathan, the cosmic sea creature. Now, obviously, Leviathan in the ancient Near Eastern depiction has 7 heads, but the point is, Leviathan-like language is right throughout the Old Testament. Jonah is a classic example of this. Now, why does the Quran and Islamic sources
Не,
speak
trenutku,
about
čekaj.
why does the Quran and Islamic sources speak about the great fish and that it's on the back of this great fish? Just like in the ancient Near East, you have this great chaos creature, this fish-like creature, and the world sits on its back. In other words, the Quran again is right in line with ancient Near Eastern cosmology. And if it's directly from Allah, so what differentiates this from, say, the Bible, is that I affirm as a Christian that God is working and accommodating the human means by which not only inspiration works, but the cultural milieu, the beliefs, and so on. By the time you reach someone like Paul, flat out saying things like what we just said in Galatians 4, that fits perfectly in my method. You're saying the Quran is in complete isolation, directly from Allah, no association with prior material, and is the correct depiction of reality. Okay. If you brought along an ancient Near Eastern scholar who knows exactly this, when they decipher the ancient Near Eastern context, and then they come across statements in the Islamic context that the Earth sits on the back of a great fish. What is that ancient Near Eastern scholar going to conclude? Oh yeah, obviously there's a correlation here. You can't tell me that Allah literally thinks that this is the reality of things, but this then betrays the Quran's usage of prior human works, thereby demonstrating that the Quran is a human work. That's how an ancient Near Eastern scholar is going to conclude, about the Quran. There's nothing, in other words, there's nothing special about the Quran. So
Yeah, and to be clear, other parts of the world had different creation myths or stories, however you want to phrase that. And none of those creation stories seem to make their way into the Quran. Only the ones that would be accessible from 7th century Arabia. So we have to ask the question, which is more probable, that these are the words of the creator of the universe that are independent of human thought, and humans just happen to have similar ideas in the same place? Or is the author of the text borrowing from the culture in which he lived? And I think the answer is pretty obvious, which is more probable. Let's see here. So, RJ also pointed out that the sky and the earth have wills, planets have lives of their own. They say they have attitudes. So, have you noticed
by the
this?
way, doesn't the Quran say that the sun and moon swim? They follow their trails after each other, but they use swimming language. I wonder why, because see, in the heavens it's all watery, right? So anyway, that's just
Yeah, well, Peter, not to get off topic here, but Peter pointed out repeatedly that you can say there's a sea of stars, and of course he wanted us to agree with that because Quran uses water language, which makes sense because they believed that the stuff outside of the Earth's atmosphere, not that they'd use the term atmosphere, but they believed that it was water and that it was, this
yeah. Let's
semi-permeable.
just quickly. This is just a thought experiment. Why do they think there was water up there? Let's psychologize the ancient mind. All right, and there's no harm in doing this. It's completely normal. Um, the sky is blue. Don't forget, these people are living in a Mediterranean milieu. In other words, the water is very clean and nice and clear. A lot of the beaches will have, like, say, white sand. And so what are, say, a lot of the what are the Greeks going to perceive of, say, the sky when they see a lot of blue ocean water? They think that water is intrinsically blue. Oh, the sky is intrinsically blue. Ooh, I wonder if there's water or like a sea of water up there. Oh, but then suddenly the human mind is more intelligent than we give it credit, because then the rational thinking kicks in and they're like, but what keeps it up there? We know things fall. Oh, there must be this this globe of like this. I think someone's got their mic open. Maybe it's Sasa. But
Yeah,
there's this
I went ahead and muted him. Go ahead.
there's this enveloping, like, glass shaped or some sort of material thing that keeps that water at bay. And now the myth making starts. Okay, now we're associating gods with this thing and this phenomenon and that phenomenon. So notice how the myth building, just from a simple thought experiment about human psychology, it's like, duh, this is how things have come about. And then suddenly the Quran suddenly says Allah swears by this. It's it's quite on the nose. There's no biblical statement where, say, the God of Israel says, I swear by the Zodiac. There's none of that. Rather, you have, say, like, for example, David's example. There's this humility of realization of the tininess of who we actually are. David is living, let's see, 1500 years before the Quran, and that's his insight, which is remarkable. Paul is living 600 years before the Quran. It's calling them, they're not theos, they're not gods. The Quran seems to have gone backwards in time. The Quran seems to have like gone back to like pre-David times, thinking that the Zodiac has something special to it. So
Yeah, definitely. It's a very interesting picture. Before we address this from RJ, actually, I wanted to point out that Alexander, before you talked about it, pointed out that the Leviathan comes from
yes, it's in
Jewish
the Jewish
myths.
apocalypse of Abraham and Baruch. Yep. But these are
Sorry,
later. Don't forget, these are later, first century and more texts that are already building upon apocalyptic imagery of the. In other words, when you have like, this is now just a small little Christian tangent thing, like in Revelation 19, where it speaks about the Last Supper of the marriage supper of the Lamb, and Leviathan imagery is meant to, in a roundabout way, symbolize general chaos, just of all reality. To try and communicate or localize that chaos-like imagery in a tangible sort of way. So then death and some mut and the grave and
Yeah, but
so for
in
example,
the Islam, it's basically taken literally. So basically, someone did not understand the symbolic about that.
yes. Yeah, the point is you have Jesus slaying Leviathan, and we're eating Leviathan's corpse, basically, in a nutshell, at the marriage of the Lamb in Revelation 19. Language again that no Christian took literally, but rather there's that transformation level of what's going to happen in the New Jerusalem. There's no more deaths, no more crying, there's no more sea language, there's chaos. Basically, no more Leviathan. It's a new
Yeah,
heaven and new earth.
no more Behemoth and
Now,
Leviathan.
these Jewish writings took Leviathan imagery, which is extra biblical. I mean, sorry, these Jewish writings that are extra biblical took this Leviathan imagery and made it anthropomorphic and tangible, and they put some sort of like literalness to the depiction, even more so. How ironic. The Quran then comes on the scene and runs with the literalness of this, what's called apocalyptic genre. Apocalyptic genre, even though apocalyptic genre takes it literally, it's still a genre that, as someone who's aware of what apocalyptic genre is, should still not take it literally, like literal. You're misunderstanding the genre. Even if the genre sees it literally, it's a genre of literalism within an apocalyptic sort of way of communication. But the Quran took it literal. So does Allah not understand apocalyptic genre? Like, so
Yeah, and this is
yeah.
consistent with what we see from a large percentage of the Islamic literature, that it all seems to be borrowed from these non-biblical sources, these primarily Jewish sources, some pseudo-Christian sources that are not considered scripture. They're often not even intended to be read as history. Like they're telling a moral tale that the audience knows is a fictional story that is intending to convey a tale. And then the Quran takes it, says that it's history, says it's Allah's literal speech about the past. Very interesting thing to happen, considering that the Quran already existed before humanity was even created.
And Thaddeus, remember when we talk about the genes that climb over each other up to the heavens to listen what angels talk that God gave them? So basically, if you put for each square meter on the earth one gene, and that gene is like 100 miles tall, if you put all together them one on another, they could not, I think, reach the first star, closest star to the sun, and not to the end of the universe and the start of the heavens of God. Also, that Rob, that water when you put it on that picture. Can you put it back, please? That Islamic world and universe.
Oh, the Islamic depiction.
Yeah.
Okay.
The picture before you show it.
Okay, here we go. Oh, Titus, you want to say something?
Oh,
You
I
will
was just
notice.
going to ask if he meant the 7 heavens stacked up, which is this one, or if he meant the Leviathan picture.
The picture with the Leviathan.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, you will see in Sahih Bukhari that is written about the creation, that when God created everything, God's throne was above the water. You know, so it was God's throne above the water. About more adding about your theory. So basically, like, it's from the water created the heavens and earth, and God's throne is above the water. So look at that picture. And also in that picture, you miss some very interesting stuff. That is that guy said big roster. And what is the even bigger catastrophe about the Islamic universe, about that roster? They have some rules like hadiths that go from Muhammad through the companions and are sahih, are much more stronger. That, for instance, also sahih hadiths, but go from the companion that does not mention Muhammad. So that's sahih hadith that said that the earth is on the big whale, on the back of the big whale. It's like sahih hadith from Ibn Abbas and also Ibn Masud. You'll find also a lot of daif narratives. But this narrative of big roster that have legs on the earth and his head is below the God's throne and God speak with him is basically Sahih Hadith from the Muhammad. In that Hadith, Muhammad said that God informed him about a big roster that have legs on the earth and head up below the God's throne. And it's even more hilarious when you see in Sahih Bukhari that even God by himself, before he created everything, he was in some kind of the cloud of air and water. So it's clearly like human mind created that picture, because a simple human mind cannot imagine God without putting him in some space, in some measures, some space, some dimensions. So if you show this kind of hadith to Islamic apologists, they will say about the veil, yeah, but it was like from Ibn Abbas, Ibn Masud, yeah, they are sahih, but they was taken from the Jews tricked them. But if you take this hadith also about the roster, well, that is directly from the Muhammad, so you can not do anything about it. Yeah, and nice work, guys. Very good arguments and very good description about Islamic universe.
Thank you.
Well, I have. Oh,
go ahead.
I was going to share this. If this is coming through. Oops. Oh.
It's basically Jewish sources mixed with afterwards in the Hadith with some Persian, I suppose, some Persian legends, basically.
Is this, by the way, can this be read? Is this clear? Is this coming clear?
Yeah, it's pretty clear for me.
It's if fine for me. If someone's on a phone, they might not be able to read it, but it's big enough for me.
So this is from a commentary on the Wisdom of Solomon. The Wisdom of Solomon is a Second Temple extra-biblical work. And if you go to the Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 19. So before I read this commentary here, I'll read the 2 verses. It says, well, I'll read from verse 18. He's given me knowledge of the beginning, end, and middle of time, of the alternation of the solstices and the changes of seasons, of the cycle of the year and the position of the stars, of the nature of animals, the temperaments of beasts, the extraordinary powers of spirits, the thoughts of humans, the different types of plants, and the healing powers of roots. I now know everything visible and hidden, for wisdom, the design of everything that is, has taught me. All right. Now, it's interesting how all of this coalesces back to the whole like tales of the ancients. Because the Wisdom of Solomon is a Jewish pesha, basically. It's an extra biblical work, expanding on the traditions of Jews with respect to, say, the biblical literature and so on. But this is a critical commentary. This is a scholarly commentary on the Wisdom of Solomon. Now let's read for ourselves, because the scholar is now can't help but show that even the Quran is aware, word for word, from the Wisdom of Solomon. So, the position of the stars, okay? Remember now the weak elementary principles in Galatians 4? The same Greek term there in Galatians 4 is also used in this verse in the Wisdom of Solomon. That's this Greek word over here, stokia. So the position of the stars, this is the zodiac. All right? So here's a Jew, not this is not the Bible. This is apocryphal literature.
Apocrypha, yeah.
Okay? So God raised Abraham above the firmament, showed him all the orderings of the stars. Cicero, we alone of living creatures know the rising and settings and the courses of the stars. The human race has set limits to the day, the month, and the year, and has learnt the eclipses of the sun, moon, foretold for all future time, their occurrences, the extent, and the dates. And contemplating the heavenly bodies, the mind arrives at a knowledge of the gods. Oh, yeah, that's what Paul was saying, that you are slaves to things that are not gods, based on this astrological framework, right? Even Philo, the host of the stars performing their courses in rank of ordered harmony. Here's a Qumran text, the stars to their paths. Okay, let's skip down to when in verse 20 when it says the violent forces of spirits. Now, the curious thing here is both the word for both spirit and wind is interchangeable. You could literally say the violent force of winds. Right. So, may mean either the violent force of winds or of spirits. For the former translation, compared with Philo, okay, there's Philo's depiction of the violent force of wind. And lo and behold, notice, Wisdom of Solomon, right? Quran 21:81. And to Solomon we subjected the wind strongly blowing. So hang on. Why is Allah saying, and to Solomon we subjected the wind strongly blowing? But the only time we ever have a depiction of Solomon understanding violent winds is in the Wisdom of Solomon. That is not a biblical work. Here's I don't know, like a reminder that apparently, and to Solomon we subjected the wind strongly blowing.
Mm-hmm.
So here again, here's I just wanted to bring this up, that we're tackling here the astrological aspects of what people were perceiving astrology to be pre-Quran, and the tales of the ancients situation taking place in that same verse with respect to the Quran.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So,
interesting.
Switching gears slightly, going back to what I had pulled up earlier from RJ, the sky and earth have wills, the planets have lives of their own. That, let's say, they have attitudes. So I want to ask you this question, whether you've noticed how it seems that every single thing in Islam is a sentient being, whether it's the sky and earth here, the planets, trees, rocks, everything seems to be sentient. Have you noticed that?
Mm-hmm. The trees and the rocks, and will cry out, like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I was reading a hadith yesterday, which for whatever reason I had not been aware of previously, that says that the hellfire was given permission to breathe twice a year, and this causes the summer and the winter. So hellfire is a personal being that causes the seasons. It actually
wow.
said the extreme temperatures or something along those lines, but interpreting that as summer and winter.
Mm.
Interesting. Yeah.
And that's from
People.
Sahih Bukhari, so it can't easily be denied by the Muslim either. So
No, it's
apparently,
Daif, man. It's Daif. No way, it's Daif.
yes, Daif Bukhari. Yes, my mistake. How do
That
I
is
always
Rob.
make that mistake?
That is Rob,
Mhm.
guys. Nice to saw you. I must go, and I
Okay.
put this picture intentionally because it's Islamic Umayyad coin with Jewish menorah and Islamic Shahada from 700 AD. So basically, Umayyad start to mint first Islamic coins like 695, and this was start to mint like 5 years later. So can you imagine standard Islamic narrative about the Jews and Umayyads like start minting coins after Islamic coins with menorah and shahada, and these coins was minted not like taken already existed coin that put shahada on them, but was minted, as I know. So it's pretty funny, right? More
So
Jewish
actually,
sources.
seeing your image, I'm seeing it, but no one else is. Let me try this real quick. Nope, it didn't come through. I don't know why it's not coming through on the broadcast, but I've definitely seen those coins before. The Islamic coins with a
Yeah,
Jewish
I
menorah.
gave you that
Yes,
coin in
yes.
the PowerPoint. Never mind. Okay, guys, nice to hear you and see you.
God bless
Bye.
you, brother.
Bye.
God bless.
God bless
Thanks
you.
for joining. All right, a couple more questions from the audience before we wrap up here. Let's see.
Are we wrapping it up? Like wrapping it up, or did you have questions?
Well,
yourself?
I'm not like in a hurry.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
maybe that was
I'm
poor
not in a
wording
hurry.
if we're not.
Yeah. Okay.
So Brandon said for ancient cosmology, would the corresponding deity of the planet reign to the level of heaven? So would the better god, so to speak, be in the lower heaven or higher heaven, or is there no
Yeah,
correlation?
this is very that's a very good question. I'm just summarizing based on like what I've read, specialists with respect to specialists in ancient Near Eastern like cosmology. So, for example, the Jupiter, Saturn, if they were to come very close to each other, and then because of the air density and because stars twinkle in the night sky, but that's to do with the way light refracts through the atmosphere and so on. It sometimes there's this very interesting phenomena of like a linkage between the two planets that happen, and then superstitiously they're like, oh look, it's like as if planet A is reaching out and grabbing planet B. That phenomena became part of ancient Near Eastern religion, like Marduk reaching with his hand reaching out, and so in other words, Jupiter is reaching out and grabbing Saturn or something like that, and that has implications from a like a polytheistic sort of model. Um, so, but then again, the Jews have to polemically respond to that, right? And so this is why there's depiction of, say, when Yahweh will extend his hand out, say, to the king, like polemically is basically saying that the king is safe in God's hands, so to speak. So the corresponding deity to the planet reign in the level of heaven. So in that regard, yeah, you have you have the again like the star warfare, or basically Star Wars, warfare of the stars take place, a warfare of the gods. In the myth-making build-up, what planet seems to have the most consistent retrograde seems to then be the most powerful. This is why, again, Zeus, for example, or Jupiter happens to fit the he's the highest of the pantheon.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's interesting is that actually, you know what? Let me show you this. I think your audience will really like this. Let's go to, if you can bring up your Bible again, Arius.
Yep, can do.
Let's go to Revelation 1. Verse. Where is it? Verse 4. Okay. So John to the 7 churches that are in Asia, grace to you, peace from him who is and who was and who's to come, and from the 7 spirits who are before his throne. All right, and then if you keep going down later in the passage, it speaks about the 7 lampstands and the 7 churches and so on. Now, John, the whole book of Revelation is anti-Roman. In other words, Rome in his day. Especially when he speaks about, like in verse 10, I was in the spirit on the Lord's day. This is literally scholars point this out. Again, the Greek is such that it's saying, yeah, he's eschatologically with respect to, the day of the Lord sort of thing, like in that eschatological sense. But the Lord's day was also known as Caesar's day. So he's in the spirit as a prophet of all, like say Ezekiel was, Isaiah was. So he's now working within that same, context, but defiantly with respect to Caesar's day. That's why he's in exile, because he's not worshipping Caesar's God. And then he has a encounter with Jesus, okay? And then Jesus says things like, in verse 16, in his right hand he held 7 stars. Interesting. Why is John... Now notice this is an anti-Roman polemical text. Okay. Here is a coin. I'll share my screen. Of baby Zeus. So this is the Romans, and John himself knows about stuff like this. Like this is common in his day. This is baby Jupiter, or baby Zeus on Earth, and in his right hand are the 7 stars. You can actually count the 7 stars on the coin.
Uh-huh.
The 7 stars are the 7 planets. And the polemic is, oh no, Zeus is the one that is reigning on the earth, and he holds the 7 stars in his right hand. John, as an anti-Roman polemic, is saying, no, Jesus is the one. But notice if you go back now to the Revelation passage, he describes Jesus with other earthly descriptions, not like the way the pagans depicted their supreme deity. John is saying things that Jesus is the one that literally transcends the universe. And if he were to enter into creation, John is then applying every element of creation onto this theophanic vision of Jesus. That's the amazing thing about this. Whereas the Roman, superstition and the way they would treat their deities is through these subordinate means of, there's baby Zeus with the 7 stars, and there's Earth, and this is obviously the name for Caesar. And so again, notice again, the Christian scriptures are right in line. They're dealing with the cutting edge issues of their day, politically, theologically, and the reality of Jesus being the promised Messiah who actually died and rose again, and far exceeds all these man-made religious, basically. I keep repeating the word superstition. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but find any synonymous words to superstition. Just conjectures or like subjective opinions or just plain wrong thinking. Okay, let me paraphrase that. Christians were the Richard Dawkins of the first century. Christians were the Carl Sagans of the first century. Christians were basically the Sam Harrises and the Lawrence Krauses of the first century against these religions. If you think about it, they're thinking rationally about this, putting all attention to one supreme creator who has no imitation of the natural world, because he enters into the natural world from outside the natural world. Going back again to my testimony a moment ago. So
Excellent. Yeah, it's very interesting to think about Christians in those terms. We're often told that, Christians are on thinking, or religious people in general on thinking. And then you have the actual history where, right from the beginning, the New Testament, I think about 6 different times, declares that they believe in Jesus because of the evidence, because of eyewitness testimony, because of the having seen and heard these things for themselves. And then you have Paul making these arguments about how humanity has had access to God through the created world, through the natural knowledge, but has denied him and created gods in their own images. And then you have things like what you just pointed out, where they're very subtly undermining these pagan deities, saying they aren't real. And then, as you progress through history, it was only Christianity that gave the worldview that allowed science to develop. This expectation that God is constant, that he's outside of creation, that he's not like us. You won't see science developing anywhere else in the world because people viewed their God or gods as human beings with superpowers, that they made arbitrary decisions and they couldn't be the future couldn't be predicted, or the world couldn't be explained because there was no logical will behind the universe.
And so for those who are interested in further reading on, say, like what Thais just mentioned a moment ago about the development of science, by a science historian and a scholar in very, like, he's considered like the main guy to go to with this particular topic, Peter Harrison. He's Australian as well, and he's an academic with respect to the history of science. And he's written an entire book for Cambridge, The Fall of Man and the Foundations of Science. Ironically, it's the fall in Genesis 3 that leads to then the acknowledgement that you can't then really know with absolute certainty what is true. So the scientific method is a way to consistently forever get closer and closer to the big T of truth, but we'll never ultimately get there. But the point is we're still progressively going towards that, what you could call like a pre-Adamic or a pre-fall state of perfection. What was sort of lost in Eden, so to speak. This so-called, like, say, tree of knowledge. So it's ironically it's stories like this, whether you want to take it as myth or literal, either way, the point is people were influenced by this to then bring about things like the scientific method.
Exactly. Super chat from Brandon. Thanks for taking my question. God bless you both in Jesus' name. Thank you for that donation. It was our pleasure to take that question. That was a very interesting question for sure. I'm not sure if this was a joke or not, but Bowrudder said, "What is up with?" I think it's a joke. What's up with Aquarius? When I look at it, I don't see a water bearer. What's up with that? So
Yeah,
presumably a joke.
yeah, it's well, maybe you'll have to clarify, but this is actually legitimate. The zodiac signs actually change. So for example, Libra and Scorpius were actually one constellation. I'll show you here. It got disconnected over time. Let me go down there. I'm just going through my commentary notes. By the way, I've written over 300 pages on Revelation alone. So, let's see here. Okay, you know what? I'll do is I'll just go very briefly through some of these photos here, and then we'll get to that Aquarius example. Here is the Zodiac in a Jewish synagogue, but 400 years after Christianity. This is in what's called let's see here. Wait, can you guys see this?
Yeah, it's not adding to the scene for some reason. I can see it, but no one else can.
Wait, I'll try it again.
It worked this time.
I'm just looking for the specific Beth Alpha. It's in the Beth Alpha 6th century CE synagogue. So again, 1st century Christianity is 600 years prior to this. But there's the central deity figure here. Now, if Christians were going to polemically connect, say, Jesus to the synagogue here, curiously, they could, because Revelation 12 speaks about Virgo, the virgin, giving birth to, the sun, and the Greek word Parthenos is used for Virgo in the Zodiac, which, guess what? Parthenos, Isaiah 7:14, the virgin will give birth. So you have depictions of the Zodiac close to 7th century Islamic sources. If you're wanting a depiction of, when I spoke about the hand, so to speak, of grasping, kings and so on, here is just a quick computer graphic edit showing how. So here's Jupiter, right, within the constellation of Aries, and if Saturn and Jupiter were to come very close to each other, it looks like the bigger one is grasping the hand of the smaller one. And in Isaiah 45:1, it says, this is just to give you an example. This is what the Lord says to his anointed Cyrus, whose right hand I have grasped to subdue nations before him. So it's the same polemical language. Now, with respect to Virgo, so notice that the Quran communicates that there's a fixed nature to the zodiac. Okay, if that's the case, then why are there so many different variations of Virgo? This is Hipparchus, Ptolemy. These are all different variations of Virgo. Some are seated, some are standing. Some have like really odd shapes. And again, as notice the question is asking the question. If you bring up the question again, Aquarius doesn't look like Aquarius. This is the Babylonian zodiac. So Virgo happens to be two Virgos, one with a furrow and one with a frond. And there's Leo. Here's the serpent. There's supposedly the abyss and so on. Now, and by the way, this is just a quick screenshot of Virgo and there's Parthenos over here for Virgin. Oh, well, Betula would be the Hebrew rendering. Now, what about Scorpio and Libra? So once upon a time, Scorpio's tensors here was depicted as Libra scales once upon a time. So these claws that are coming out, that got separated out to become Libra. So the zodiac had its own evolution. How then do you jive that with, again, the Quran, where the Quran is giving this very specific, that it's a fixed thing. Hang on a second, there's this evolution. Okay, what does that imply if there's an evolution of the zodiac pre-Quran in human writings? What does that imply? It's a human construct all the way through, and humans are just running along with interpretations because it's a constant evolving thing. That in itself is a telltale sign. It can't be from God, and the whole thing is just human-made. And as anything human-made, it goes through its, just like a scientific model. It just keeps improving, and So if the Quran has shot itself in the foot, if you already have evidence of the zodiac, not a fixed thing. In other words, it goes through versions, version 1.0, version 1.1, version 1.2 onwards. Which version is Allah swearing by? Is it, so.
Yeah, good question there for sure. Ironically, White in the chat is agreeing. He said, "We don't change anything, but we reach new conclusions about it." So they're not changing anything in Islam. They believe the same Islam that Muhammad did. They just come to new conclusions about what that Islam is.
Mm-hmm.
Go figure.
Mm-hmm.
This is from earlier. Quoting the Quran, he is the one who made the sun a radiant source and the moon a reflected light with precisely ordained phases so that you may know the number of years and calculation of time. I think that's pretty much what you said when we were talking about this subject, but I wanted to pull up the text here because this will confirm our point. So we said that this translation of reflected light is a fraudulent translation. But let's go ahead and look at the text here. So I have here, word for word on 10:5, he is the one who made the sun a shining light and the moon a reflected light. Well, that's what they're going to claim it says, but what happens when we click on the word, Nuren? We look at how it's translated every single other time, and there's 3 dozen times it's translated in the Quran. Light, 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 light. One time translated as reflected light when they want it to be about the moon. Very interesting. Oh, and look here, 932. It's Allah's light. Just like I said, if you're going to translate this as reflected light,
oh wait, are you sharing
Allah's...
a screen, by the way? Just to clarify.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I was, but I forgot to add it to the scene again.
There we go. Yeah.
So let me do that again real quick. All right. So I got 10:5 here. And then I click on Nuran, reflected light, or Nur is the root. Translated light, 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 light. Except for the one time when it refers to the moon. Then they pretend it means reflected light. But here in 932, it's referring to Allah's light. So apparently, Allah's light is also reflected. They want to extinguish the light of Allah, which is reflected. So Allah does not possess the light for himself. It's merely a reflection.
And I'm sharing my screen now. So let's tackle head on 10.5 as well. And let's see the very natural human response, because think psychologically, okay? These are Muslim commentators. So Jalalain says, he it is who made the sun a radiance that is emitting light, and the moon a light. Where is there any mention of the moon reflecting the light? And determined it with respect to its movement in stations. Okay, hang on a second. 28 stations and 20 nights every month, becoming concealed for 2 nights when a particular month has 30 days, or concealed for 1 night when it has 29 days, so that you might know thereby the number of the years in the reckoning. Okay. Paraphrase for me the word station, Thaddeus. Think like an astronomer
Position.
from a geocentric point
Yeah.
of view. Position. All right. It's reached station 1, station 2, station 3. By the way, this is part of, at the time they also held to like a 360-day calendar. So in other words, because 360 degrees is perfect for a circle, it's based on this notion of base 60, and we still use base 60 math. Base 10 math is, numbers 1 to 10, but base 60 math is known as a sexagesimal system, which means you count, so like 60 seconds in 1 minute, 60 minutes in 1 hour. That's base 60. Why do you think there's angular sizes in astronomy and also in astrology? So many arc degrees forward around in a circular sense, right? Hence your stations. Okay, so the sun is at station with, and then so many degrees, it's over here, so many degrees. Okay. Notice now the ignorance of Jalalain. I'm not saying he's some idiot. He's a product of his time. His words betray the science of his time, which thereby betrays the Quran's statement here that, notice this, precisely ordained phases. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So Jalalain says, the sun, the moon, determined it with respect to its movement in stations to then give the calendar which humans have constructed. Okay. Calendar is dependent on a geocentric projection back onto these objects in the night sky, which they themselves have no correlation of stations and so on. They are their own. So in other words, when you go into a heliocentric model, sun-centered model, what is the stations of the 8th planets? I'm discounting Pluto because Pluto's been disregarded now as a planet. Used to be 9 planets, but anyway. But from the sun's point of view, what's the Earth? What's Jupiter? What's Saturn? They're quote unquote stations. If we were on the sun's surface, it would be totally different.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm
Mm-hmm.
projecting back onto the Earth and so on, their so-called stations to compute for my, say, if I need navigation things or some other more localized sort of thing. So what is this trying to say? This is not scientifically accurate. You're saying that Allah placed the sun and the moon to be at a certain speed to match the calendar system that's on Earth. But hang on, Thaddeus, are the sun and the moon moving or are the sun and moon having a speed that matches our calendar, or is it everything to do with Earth's rotation and movement that give the impression of the sun and the moon that move at that speed? Which is it? Is it
Yeah,
intrinsic
it's
to the
about the
sun and the moon, or is it the Earth that's doing that the people are ignorant of because they're geocentrists anyway? Because in their model, the Earth is already stationary. It's these things that are
it's definitely
moving.
the spin of the Earth, and the spin of the Earth also gives us the seasons, which were attributed to the breath of hellfire. So don't seem to really know too much about
So,
how the
so when the
universe
Quran
works.
says he who made the sun a radiant source and the moon a reflected light, which again is based on this is translational issues, but let's just go along with the moon reflecting the sun's light. Okay, great. Now you still shot yourself in the foot by saying with precisely ordained phases,
Mm-hmm.
because from what frame of reference? So that's a technical astronomical term. What frame of reference are we relying on? Whose phases are we talking about? Technically, the Earth's. as we understand in modern astronomy, because the Earth is not a stationary centerpiece of the solar system. The Earth is moving and rotating around the sun, and thereby being geocentricized, right? Geocentral. We then perceive the sun, moon, and stars with respect to the phases based on the Earth's movement. So, okay, let me reword the Quran's verse that would make me very, a very, it would make me go, wow, this is awesome, because this would be pre Copernicus. If the Quran said, "We made the sun a radiant source and the moon a reflected light," according to this translation, okay, I'll put a tick to that. With precisely ordained phases of the Earth, so that you may know the number of years and calculation of time. Oh, there you go. I would agree with that, and I would say, yeah, because in a heliocentric model, it's respect to the geocentric notion of the Earth, because the Earth's not the center of the solar system, rather the sun is. If it added just those words of the Earth, as an astronomer, I'd say, awesome. This betrays it, because it's saying of the sun and the moon, as then the Tafsir is saying of the sun and the moon, to retrospectively give us back the calendar that we utilize, because we're ignorant. Well, them at the time were ignorantly thinking in a geocentric way, not realizing that the Earth is not the center of the solar system, to bring about this thing we call the calendar. So, I don't know, Thaddeus, if you want to paraphrase everything I said there, but I find this ironic.
Yeah, I think you nailed
Yeah.
it there. The Quran is saying that the sun and moon have phases which cause the months or years on Earth, but differently cause the seasons, because of course 1 year is one complete cycle of the season, and that somehow it's a property of the sun and the moon that Allah created them that way in His wisdom, so that we would know how to tell time. That's what the Quran is saying. Problem is, they're not properties of the sun and moon. They're properties of the Earth itself.
Mm-hmm. So let's see, before we continue, I'm reading here other, let's see here. Kashani says, determine the extent of its journeying in wayfaring to him as mansions and stations. So this is speaking about the sun and the moon. Know the number of the ages of your levels, stages in journeying to God and in God. See, this is all Earth-based clocks, without realizing that it is because of Earth's movement, not the sun and the moon's movement. To suggest that it's because it's the sun's movement and the moon's movement to then give these clocks, now you're in a geocentric model. Now let's see what Ibn Kathir says. He made them of two different natures so that they would not be confused with one another. Yeah, well, why didn't the Quran communicate the accurate origin of, say, the moon? The moon wasn't created. The moon was a formation of a collision that took place 4.4 billion years ago, that then became a satellite. It's what we call a pretty large satellite body that's orbiting the Earth. And how curious, it's that moon satellite that's giving then the phases of the Earth. It's slowing the Earth's rotation down to then, now we happen to live at a time when the day is 24 hours. But 200 million years from now, it'll be 25 hours, and then 26 hours, and on it goes. Okay, notice this. He made dominion of the sun in the daytime, moon in the night. He ordained phases for the moon, where it starts small, then light increases until it completes a full moon. Hang on a second. The phases of the moon is dependent on what?
That's going to be the position of the moon relative to the Earth, or the Earth and moon relative to the sun, I guess I should say.
Which implies what? What is it, geocentric or heliocentric? If we were outsiders looking at the Earth-Moon system from outside, what would we conclude?
That is
Heliocentric.
definitely heliocentric, yes.
Right. But then Ibn Kathir is saying where it starts small, then its light increases until it becomes a full moon. Here's your geocentrist looking up and thinking it's intrinsic to itself.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that?
Yep.
He's now, this doesn't fit a heliocentric argumentation.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
know, he also is thinking it has the light, which is
Yes.
compatible with what you said. But he's thinking that there's something about the moon that causes the amount of light it's emitting to change over time.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Perhaps changing gears a little bit here. Inshallah said, when the Quran say we placed constellations, it does not mean everything appears in the blink of an eye. Rather, universe can go through a process because Quran mentions the periods of time of creation. So the Quran says numerous times that the earth is, or sorry, that the universe, for lack of a more precise term, is created in 7 days, or 6 days. I mean, that it's created in 6 days in the Quran. And well, one time it says it's created in 8, but let's leave that
Yeah,
aside
one is 8
for a
and the other
second here.
6. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you impressed by the Quran saying that the universe is created in 6? Let's just, for the time being, say that it can mean period of time, which I've never actually seen any proof that it can. But let's just say the word can mean period of time. Are you impressed by this?
No, I'm not impressed by this because you already have, say, even Genesis, 2,000 years plus prior to the Quran, already talking about, and all the biblical prophets, all speaking about this evolution, you could say, of how things have a certain potency in and of themselves. The church fathers, Augustine, talking about how God said, "Let there be," and there's always something new that's emerging, right? My problem with the Baruj here is that it says it first starts with the Zodiac as this enclosed thing, then inside is placed the sun, moon, and earth. There you go. Now it's a geocentric model all over again. Also notice, if you go back to 2561, should I share my screen or do you want to do it?
Sure. Yeah, I can pull it up.
Okay.
So,
Go to 2561.
sorry, did you say? Sorry, say
Hmm?
that one more time. What passage did you want me to pull up?
2561.
Oh, of the Quran.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, I was like, I didn't hear the book. I thought you were trying to get me to pull up a biblical passage, so that's why I was confused. Yeah, 1 second. All right,
Let's
got
see.
that up here.
I want you to see the sequence of this. Okay. Tell me the order of the sequence of things that's happening here. Because notice the question. It does not mean that everything appears in a blink of an eye. Rather, the universe goes through a process. All right, let's describe the process according to this ayah. What's the first thing that happens?
Stars. He placed in the sky great stars. So I guess you could say the sky was first, although it seems to already exist. But creates the sky
Yeah,
and then stars are.
but the Greek, I mean, not the Greek, the Arabic for stars here. So Asahi International says great stars. Yusuf Ali, Pickthall speak
Says
about,
lamp.
no,
Oh wait,
before that,
no,
before
sorry.
that.
Constellations. Yes.
Right. And we know from 85.1, it's the Zodiac because Yusuf Ali in the Zodiac, he translates it Zodiac.
Yeah,
Okay, so that's the
yeah. So
wheel, the
Arbery has
zodiacal wheel.
constellations. So Arbery is usually the most literal. So constellations, it
Right.
is.
Okay, so the first thing that happens is the Zodiac. What's the next thing that happens?
Then it sets among them a lamp, which we're supposed to
Which
interpret
is,
it as the sun,
okay, and then the next thing after that?
and then an illuminating moon. So we
Okay,
have constellations, then we have lamp, then we have moon. all these things imply the Earth already exists, I think. I think that's the implication here, right? That
That's
all these
where
things
we're
are being...
going with this, because we have to think geocentrically.
Mm-hmm.
So notice there's no mention of the Earth in this progression. If you go to the next ayah, what does the next ayah say?
And he is the one who made the night and day in succession for whoever desires to remember or desires gratitude.
There you go. Again, consistent geocentric terminology. So the progression is constellation, sun, moon, Earth. But there's no need to mention the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a geocentric model anyway. You see, that's if you psychologize the text with a geocentric framework in mind, it's consistent right throughout.
Indeed, indeed. The elsewhere the Quran does say that the Earth is created, so I won't put that on it that the Earth's uncreated. But this would be consistent with the common belief that the universe
But then you
is
have a contradiction in
eternal.
the Quran
Right.
if you then go in those other
Right. Well, I don't have a problem with being a contradiction, but it would be consistent with the Earth already always existing, is what I'm getting at. That it existed, the matter existed, and then it's organized for human beings, and we're given the sun and the moon and whatnot, so that we have light, or as it says here, we have day and night.
Were there any other topics or questions
Yeah.
that you personally
So,
had, Thaddeus?
well, along the same, before we go
Mhm.
off of this, Watchman pointed out that Surah 754 says 6 days, and several places in the Quran say 6 days
41
without
says
any reference. They just
8 days.
say
Yep.
created in 6 days, and that's all there is to it. But if you
Yep.
read one of the two extensive creation accounts, extensive
Also,
might
is
be a
there
little
is there
exaggeration, but
another one where it says the Earth comes before the heavens and Earth, and then another one that says the heavens
yes,
comes
that
before
is
the Earth?
yep, there is definitely
Yeah.
a contradiction there as well. I guess I
Mhm.
still have my screen, so let's just go ahead and go to 41. 992, 91, oh, 9. All right, so did you indeed disbelieve in he who created the earth in 2 days and attribute to him equals, that is the Lord of the worlds? Then we get the next part of creation. And he placed the earth firmly, set mountains over its surface, and he blessed it and determined therein its creatures' sustenance in 4 days without distinction for of those who ask. And then finally, in 2 more days, then he directed himself by heaven while with smoke and said to it, to earth, come into being willingly or by compulsion. And they said, we have come willingly. I guess I have to go one more verse. And then he completed them as 7 heavens within 2 days and inspired in each heaven its command. And we adorned the nearest heaven with lamps as protection. This is the determination of the exalted in might, the knowing. Now, in addition to there being 8 days here and there being no consensus in Islam how to combine those periods to make it into 6 days, there's another problem here, because the Muslim wants to tell us that yom means indeterminate period of time. That just means a long period of time. That's fine if there's one of them, in by itself. But what does it mean for there to be 2 indeterminate periods of time where he's creating Earth, for example? That doesn't mean anything. It's the same as 1 indeterminate period of time. Now, there can be 6 stages, but that's not what we see here. We see a stage of 2 days, a stage of 4 days, and a stage of 2 days. That's 3 stages that make up the 6 days. Or 8 days, really. In this case, I don't see how this could possibly be read as a long period of time. What do you
And
think?
why does it require? And again, there's the scientific pushback. Is why even mention days. Now, Now, the Muslim might respond back and say, but Genesis mentions days. But then I can push back and say, yeah, you're talking about a text that is 2,000 plus years before the Quran. That's point number one. Point number two, we've just been discussing the ancientness of the calendar, the ancientness of timekeeping, the days, how many days there are in a month, and all that stuff. So then the 7-day week, which corresponding to the 7 planets, there's all this correlation because of the ancient past. So why does then Genesis 1 speak about God saying, day 1, let there be light. Day 2, let the water separate. Day 3, let the land appear. Day 4, let the stars then appear through the atmosphere. Day 5, let there be swarming creatures in the ocean. Day 6, let us create man. Day 7, let's rest. That list of days, in that sense, is now the Jewish polemic against, guess what? The 6/7 day creation narrative of the ancient Near Eastern context, where they would have a procession of their deities that would then be enthroned on the 7th day in their temple, where he would finally rest. So, think about the beauty of the Jewish polemic. The Jewish polemic is not saying that God does this this is why I'm not a young creationist, does this in 625 periods, but rather is a polemic way of saying in his cosmic temple, in everything that we see around us with respect to creation as we know it, and how interesting it matches chronologically with modern science and evolution. Man is at the end. The Earth starts as a watery chaos. Yeah, there was once upon a time a watery, chaotic world, 4.5 billion years ago. Yes, out of that watery chaos, through tectonic uplifts and so on, called the carbonate silicate cycle, landmass starts to appear. Yes, once upon a time, organisms in the oceans were the first to emerge, and then from ocean species, it became land species. Yes, that's called a Cambrian explosion. Yes, that's day 5, and then day 6, land creatures, and then humans come last. So chronologically, it matches beautifully with modern science, in my opinion. But chronologically, it also matches the ancient Near Eastern procession of 6 days. The procession would happen, and then finally on the 7th day, the king would be enthroned. So in God's cosmic temple, when he finishes creation, where man is the crown of his creation, he then sits enthroned and he is resting. But the rest here is there's again another polemic behind the rest. It's what's known as a sleeping deity motif. God is resting in the sense that he has nothing to worry about. He is sovereign, and he's demonstrated his sovereignty by taming Leviathan, taming chaos. The Leviathan creature that connotates, the chaos sort of thing which the other ancient Eastern deities try to tame. So like Marduk and Tiamat, that sort of stuff. Yahweh is the tamer of, chaos and creation. So then the sleeping deity motif was then picked up on polemically in the Gospels, like, Jesus sleeping in the boat. What, again, storm imagery, chaos imagery, Jesus is sleeping. It's that same sort of polemic at play. So, but the reason why I'm bringing all this up is there's all these layers of engagement the Genesis text is trying to get at, and to showcase a coherent, intelligent, explanation of all these layers. And now, again, in the modern scientific framework, we can even look back and go, wow, yeah, even chronologically, Earth's history is laid out pretty accurately in what could be summarized as 6 stages. Now, notice, transfer all what I've just explained to the Quran. This is like a paraphrasing, or supposedly it seems like a paraphrasing of the Genesis 1 creation account, but then it starts misunderstanding the the sequence of the days, and it starts to add 2 extra days, and it gets confused. It doesn't even then give, say, a detailed account of which comes first during the creation of, at any given day. It just seems to just, blurt out statements. Okay, on these, say, for example, he completed them as 7 heavens within 2 days. It's like, what are these 7 heavens? Where did this come from? Where is this in the Genesis account? In 2 days? So there's no explanation. It's arbitrary. It's cryptic. It's mysterious. I'm told to believe the Quran is clear.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah. So related comment, inadvertently related because it was originally in a different context. But Peter said, I'm not sure the stars were created before other celestial bodies. Once the stars exploded, they gave birth to planets and moons. So chronology is correct. So if we're taking this passage here in Surah 41 seriously, it appears that the last part of creation is adorning heaven with lamps as protection, or the lowest heaven, I should say, with lamps as protection. And of course, we know what that means from elsewhere in the Quran, where it describes stars as missiles thrown at demons who are trying to sneak into heaven. But even leaving that aside here, is the assertion of Peter correct that this can be seen as chronologically correct, or is this just utter nonsense because the stars exist long before the other things said to be created before them?
Well, stars are simple objects. This goes down to why we have the periodic table of elements to begin with. So the universe starts very hot, very dense, and then I won't go through the technical details. It's what's called the Planck epoch moving forward. Then the cooling down effect, say around 300,000 years into it. Then the separation called the cosmic microwave background, and then from there it moves on into finally we're able to have, say, hydrogen coalesce into what we would call a protostar. The stars are basically nothing but an amalgamation of, say, the hydrogen atoms that then nuclear synthesis starts to take over, and it's basically a hydrogen bomb in the sky, basically. And then when the fuel, gives up, right at the core, there's fusion of these atoms to create the heavier elements from hydrogen to helium to carbon, on it goes. So then when you have a supernova, an exploding star, there's such a massive, energy expenditure that happens that, well, what's called the activation energy. So the highest activation energy with respect to the element that we know of is iron. So iron is the highest that's required. In other words, you have the iron element forming in a supernova. Then you have to take into account radiometric details. In other words, the radioisotopes. In other words, there are elements that decay. And sure enough, by the time you reach uranium, so you need 9 billion years of universal history to bring about sufficiently, say, things like uranium. The half-life of uranium is 4.5 billion years. So you need the full gamut of the periodic table elements by 9 billion years to then have all the elements there to then make planets like Earth. Because Earth, the reason why Earth can have the tectonic uplift that it has, volcanoes and landmass and so on, is because Earth's core is uranium and thorium and potassium rich. And those elements have a very slow half-life decay, but because because the core is so compact, there's a lot of heat that's generated, and hence volcanoes are the result. Now, water is practically very abundant because, see, hydrogen and oxygen are like up there in the table. So the universe is actually water rich, believe it or not. It's plenty of it. And so then you have watery comets that collide into the Earth over time, and sure enough, that's what then brings about Earth's oceans as we know it. So Chronologically, okay. Is lamp here the same Arabic word for how the sun is described as a lamp?
We can check.
This is how we can test this.
And we completed 7 heavens. We adorned the world with lamps. So it's used 4 times, 24, 35 twice, which is now hanging on me. And in 67.5 as well.
Okay. Because I want to see what these lamps are. Are these lamps genuinely stars in the night sky? In other words, suns? Are they medium-sized stars, M stars, for example? Are they a type of protostar? Are they type of quasars? Are they like what range of star are they? Because we know the period of any given star, right?
So
So
here we have 24:35. Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth. His light is like a niche in which there is a lamp. The lamp is in a crystal. The crystal is like a shining star, lit from the oil of a blessed olive tree located neither to the east nor the west, whose oil would almost glow even without being touched by fire, light upon light. Allah guides whoever he wills to his light. Allah sets forth parables for humanity. Allah has a perfect knowledge of things. I read the whole thing because it was supposed to. Oh, I see. There is 2 lamps. I was like,
yeah,
it said there was 2 lamps. And then the other one was 67.5.
just quickly, this one here speaking. I like the correlation between the oil lamp, like as if there's some sort of combustion. Stars are not combusting. There's nuclear physics taking place to make the star to begin with. There's no oil needed for a star to. There's no oil fuel for the star.
Yeah, so this one doesn't directly say the lamp is a star, but it's
Well, what's the
compared
Arabic word for
to it.
lamp in? I think it's 2561.
Yeah, let's see if you can get it back up. The corpus is not working at the moment.
It's okay.
Hopefully that'll come back in a second here, but 67.5, we have certainly beautified the nearest heavens with stars, which is going to be the lamp. So this is pretty explicit here.
Okay. Okay. The point where I'm going with this is if we beautify the nearest heaven with stars, okay, now you have a major issue. The stars are before the main lamp, which is the sun. That's why I'm wanting to know what the Arabic word for sun is specifically for that lamp. Okay, the stars are closer to us. But if you're talking about chronology, the sun is the nearest star that was newly formed from a nebula. So in other words, the closest star that is nearest to us is the sun. If you're talking about other mini lamps that's adorning the sky that is closer to us than the sun itself, then you have to demonstrate to me that there are the equivalent of M-type stars, like the sun, that are going through the same nuclear fusion process, that in turn one day will also all become mini supernovas, because if there's an adornment of all these stars in the night sky closest to us, how can that be a protection when one day they will explode? We know one day the sun will explode. You know, we're talking many millions of years from now, but the point is the sun, it's right now in its it's middle-aged. 4.5 billion years is roughly a middle age for a star like our sun. So as a protection, like protecting from what precisely? Do you not know the amount of radiation that's released by stars? Do you not know the gravitational influences that such stars could provide? There's just
Well,
so
it
many.
tells you what they're
If you just break it
protecting
down,
from.
it's yeah.
they are protection. The Sahih International tries to add "from" to change this, but in fact, he has made the lamps what is thrown at devils and prepare for them a punishment in the blaze. So that's what they're protecting us from. The stars are protecting us
Okay.
from devils.
All right. So, Thaddeus, a little bit of chemistry thinking here. You're telling me that hydrogen is able to affect jinn.
Yeah, I
A
think that's
form
what the
of
Quran is saying.
plasma hydrogen. If I were to transfer this over to science, a protostar or a star that is nothing but just H to H connections, it's a hydrogen star. So hydrogen, the element hydrogen, has a power to destroy jinn.
Mm-hmm. Apparently. And as you may know, jinn are composed of fire. They're
But
drawing a four-element theory here, but let's just go with it and say that they're composed of fire. When you add hydrogen to fire, does that extinguish it?
no.
Darn, it doesn't work.
No. What happens when you have a hydrogen gas tank next to
Yeah,
fire?
obviously, hydrogen is highly
What happens
flammable.
if you have a hydrogen balloon? Boom. More fire. The jinn becomes Super Saiyan jinn, that's for sure. Like
Yep. The fire beings are extinguished by fuel, I guess. Apparently. I mean, I'm trying to take it
and look at
literally
this,
here.
thrown at devils. So hang on. These objects are huge. Huge. These stars. They are massive. The size of a sun, practically. A huge sun is being hurled at a jinn.
Mhm.
So
I guess so. They must be
then that means
either
our
either.
atmosphere. Okay, wait. Our atmosphere.
Mhm.
Google how many kilometers. It should be 96 million miles. Google how many kilometers the sun is from our Earth.
Can do.
Just so everyone can see this. Notice this is the science mind in me just sort of like going with this. Oh, 90,
So
92, close to
91,
92.
2 million miles or 148 million kilometers.
147.86 million kilometers. Okay. Now, the sun in the sky, the size of the sun that's given. So when you do what's called parallax measurements and so on, this is how we know the distance from the Earth to the sun, due to the size in the sky and all that stuff. It's simple Pythagorean geometry we can utilize for this. But the stars are nearer to us than the sun. But the stars are also thrown at the devils. But the stars, we know in science, can be the size of the sun. The stars, they can destroy Earth. Even if we look at the size of the sun, right, and say the size of the sun is this circle, and then a little dot is that star, or like a sun-like star. The point is, if we were to zoom in closer to us, here's the sun, here's the star. This is huge. Okay, so from a safe distance, the sun is before the star, but the point is the star is like a mini sun. But if we were to zoom in on the star, it'd be really massive. Because see, the sun at this size is because it's 147 million kilometers away. So let's just hypothetically say if these smaller lamps that are closest to us are also in the night sky, say, instead of saying 150 million kilometers for the sun, say 50 million kilometers for the stars. I'm just being generous. So say we reduce it by 100 million kilometers. What does that imply about the atmosphere? How high is the atmosphere? 50 million kilometers. Is the atmosphere 50 million kilometers in height? To make sure that we are safe away from these lamps that are thrown at devils, because if they are ever so close as we understand the atmosphere to be, do you know the amount of damage that we've done to Earth if these lamps are thrown around, these big stars? So that means, according to the Quran, if this is actually happening, that there are stars being thrown at jinn, the safest position, so that the suns are not able to affect the surface of the Earth, is they have to be at minimum 100 kilometers, 100 million kilometers away. Then again, you have to then take into account gravitational effects. I'm not even going down that route, but just from a distance point of view alone, the atmosphere has to be that far out.
So Yusuf has an answer for us. Well, I didn't mean to pull up this one first. First, he says, God can't do miracles, right? Ha 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 ha. So it's a miracle. And then when I tried to get him to narrow down what he believes about it, he said, it's a metaphysical reality which science cannot prove. Study basic philosophy.
Okay,
I got him to
so here's the genuine miracle.
Hold on, let me finish.
Yeah.
I got him to confirm that the stars are physical reality, the jinns are metaphysical, and somehow Allah throws the physical stars at the metaphysical jinn. He's using words, but he's not really making any sense,
Yeah.
as near as I can tell.
And the real miracle here is, when we did land on the moon, the Apollo astronauts had to transpire through 100 million kilometers worth of atmosphere to finally get to the moon. Either that, or Allah briefly brought the atmosphere down sufficiently enough for us to go into outer space to reach the moon and back, and then put the heavens back out again.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he's just saying metaphysical to avoid having to talk about it. Yeah, he said that, quoting me, it isn't making sense. In other words, I don't have any response. Well, yeah, I don't have any response to nonsense. I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to nonsense. You just said words, but you didn't say anything that has meaning. Saying that a metaphysical, a physical star is thrown at a metaphysical demon provides no explanation whatsoever as to what you think is going on here. Allah says that he has adorned the lowest heaven with stars for our protection. And then he clarifies that he uses these stars to throw at jinn that are trying to sneak into heaven. The lowest heaven is the closest heaven to us, right? So it's as Rob is alluding to, the edge of our atmosphere. The jinn are on Earth. They're trying to get up into heaven. An object that's close to Earth is thrown at the demon coming from Earth. The demon's a metaphysical being, whatever that means, and the physical star is still being thrown towards Earth. So how did you answer anything? I don't see an answer.
But without damaging Earth. It has to, because as we understand it, stars are huge objects. You can't just have the sun just suddenly, oh, there it is, It has to be at the safe distance that it is, as we understand it to be, this distance at minimum, so that the nearest stars,
yeah. So he says, tell me why it's impossible. God is all powerful, right? That means he can do all logically possible things. Tell me how that's impossible.
I have an answer for this from the Bible. Go to Jeremiah 33, verse 24 and 25, and use the ESV.
33:24, you said?
Yep, 24 and 25.
Give me 1 second to share that.
Here's now the biblical response. Why, as a Christian, I have faith in the God of the Bible, because he says things like this.
Have you not observed that these people are saying, the Lord has rejected 2 clans that he chose. Thus they have despised my people, so they are no longer a nation in their sight. Thus says the Lord, I have not established my covenant with day and night in the
If
fixed
I have not.
order. Oh, sorry. If I have not established my covenant with day and night in the fixed order of heaven and earth, then I shall reject the offspring of Jacob and David, my servant, and will not choose one of the offspring to rule over the offspring of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Okay, what's the implication of verse 26? He will reject the offspring of Jacob and David, my servant, and will not choose one of his offspring to rule over the offspring of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. This is messianic. This is ultimately Jesus, what Jesus comes to fulfill, right? Okay, but Jesus did come and fulfill it. Thereby, what is by implication, if the whole Jesus situation is a genuine, faithful thing that did actually happen, what was God's simultaneous challenge, I suppose, to be like, hey, you can challenge me on this in verse 25?
So
What?
he has established the covenant with day and night in the fixed order of heaven and earth.
Notice he's made a covenant with the laws of nature, and they're fixed. They can't God can't contradict the laws of nature. The moment he slips up with the laws of nature, or contradicts the laws of nature, you know, tell me why it's impossible. God is all powerful, right? He is all powerful, and he demonstrates his omnipotence by sticking with the ordered system, thereby also demonstrating the truthfulness of the statement when Jesus comes on the scene. Now, just quickly, go back to 31. Jeremiah 31. Read for me verse 31 to, say, 33.
Sorry, you said start at 31?
Chapter 31, verse 31.
Yes, okay.
To around
I was just
33.
making sure that I heard right. So 31. Behold, these days are coming, declares the Lord.
Wait, just so I know. No, go down to 35, sorry.
All right, starting at verse 35. Thus says the Lord, who gives the sun for light by day, and the fixed order of the moon and the stars for light by night, who stirs up the seas so that its waves roar. The Lord of hosts is his name,
Here
which
we
is
go. This is the key
Yahweh
verse.
there.
No, 36 is the key verse.
If this fixed order departs from before me, declares the Lord, then shall the offspring of Israel cease from being a nation before me forever. So he says, if the laws of nature are broken, right? If the laws of nature are broken, then my covenant is broken as well. My promise
He's saying, just as the order is, you can rely on the laws of nature. You can do genuine science. The laws of nature are not arbitrary, like suddenly the gravitational constant changes to something else. It's a consistent covenant-keeping God with the laws of nature, and that's demonstrated by the fact that he maintained a consistent covenant keeping with Israel right throughout until Jesus.
So Yusuf says, I'm not a Christian, so I don't care what the Bible says. You missed the point. You missed the point. The point is the difference between our conception of God and yours. Your God, in your desperation to get around Allah's ridiculous words in the Quran, and make no mistake about this, these are ridiculous words. Him claiming that he adorned the lowest heaven with stars to throw at demons is a ridiculous statement. To get around those words, you say that you can't have any understanding about the universe. You cannot look at the universe and draw conclusions from it because Allah can just arbitrarily change things whenever he wants. Is that logically possible? Yes, but that is not a God who offers anything that you can rely on. Ironically, this is consistent with the rest of Islamic theology, or at least the Quran's theology, not necessarily what Muslims like yourself believe, but the Quran's theology is that you cannot know your destination. You cannot earn Allah's favor, nor can you get out of his favor. If he wants you to go to heaven, there's nothing you can do to stop that. And if he doesn't want you to go to heaven, There's nothing you can do to change that as well, because he just makes arbitrary choices. Your God is completely arbitrary according to the Quran and according to yourself when you're trying to get around science. The Christian God is not arbitrary. This is the key difference here.
Last verse. I mean, there's many verses I can pick, but if you want like a last verse, Bible verse on this, Romans 1:21. And Paul's argument here is very interesting as well.
For although they knew God, they did not honor.
Actually, sorry, verse 20. Verse 20.
Okay. For his invisible attributes, namely his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly perceived ever since the creation of the world, in the things that have been made, so they are without excuse. For although they knew God.
Yeah, so that's the verse. But technically, though, the ISV that I use, so this is where it gets a little bit interesting with the translation differences. I'll just share my screen quickly, just to show the slight difference. And then I'll show you a creed based on this verse, which again goes back to the origins of science through the Christian church in the early centuries. Okay,
yeah, I'll put up your translation here in a second. Do you? What's the crucial word, just so we can look at the Greek before we?
No, it's just the structure of the way the verse reads.
Just the order of the words.
Yeah.
Which is always a translation choice, because Greek doesn't have syntax-based word order like English does.
Yeah. So here, the ISV, which the committee that worked on the ESV put it this way as well, in a much more accurate way. For since the creation of the world, God's invisible attributes, his eternal power and divine nature. Okay, notice this. God is invisible. What are these attributes that are invisible? His eternal power, divine nature. Oh yeah, and remember John 1:18, no one's seen God, but the monogenes theos is the one that reveals God. Okay, so now putting that aside, but still, notice this. For since the creation of the world, Genesis 1:1, moving forward, his invisible attributes have been understood and observed by what he made, so that people are without excuse. Now check this out. What's the implication here? Okay, we can look at the ordered structure of this cosmos, all the anthropic principle parameters, the fine-tuning of all that stuff. And that in turn talks about his invisible attributes, because he's a covenant-keeping God. He's not the God of confusion, right? If the universe is a universe of confusion, what does that imply about the creator? So that being said, let me quickly show you the Belgic Confession. Belgic Confession, Article 2. And the Belgic Confession is it's a Reformation creed. Okay, here it is. Someone's in the background with an open mic, I think. All right, here's the Belgic Confession. And read for us what this confession says.
We know him by two means. First, by the creation, preservation, and government of the universe, which is before our eyes a most elegant book, with on all creatures great and small, so that there are many characters leading us to see the clearly invisible things of God, even his everlasting power and divinity, as the Apostle Paul says, and then quoting the same, or referencing the same verse that we read. All which things are sufficient to convince men and leave them without excuse. Second, he makes himself more clearly and fully known by his holy and divine word, that is to say, as far as necessary for us to know life, to his glory and for our salvation.
Okay, how does it describe the universe?
As a book.
Oof. Doesn't that scream Logos language?
Mm-hmm.
All right, now one more quotation, since we are on that topic, with the Belgic Confession. So, the Belgic Confession is a Christian confession saying that the universe is like a book. And then there's another book called the Bible that more intimately demonstrates to us the Son, Jesus. Okay, Galilee of Galileo. What does he say?
Philosophy is written in this grand book, I mean the universe, which stands continually open to our gaze, but it cannot be understood unless one first learns to comprehend the language and interpret the characters in which it is written. It is written in the language of mathematics, and its characters are triangles, circles, and other geometric figures, without which it is humanly impossible to understand a single word of it. Without these, one is wandering about a dark labyrinth.
So mathematics, rigorous scientific research, all, philosophy, logic, all that stuff is required to understand this grand book that we call the universe. The Belgic Confession admits this. Transfer your thoughts back to ancient prophetic texts like Jeremiah 31, 33, Romans 1, that through this grand book of mathematics and logic and rational, right thinking, we can then perceive, even if it means just through maybe even a veil, God's invisible attributes. Hence, John 1:1, in the beginning is the Logos, like the principle of logic and so on. So you can't then say that God can act arbitrarily with the creation. It can just, like the laws of nature can just, 2 plus 2 can now become 5. No, he's made a covenant with it precisely so that from the time of Genesis 1:1 till the time of Revelation 20, his covenant keeping purposes of, in this case, Jesus coming across as Messiah and so on, can take place, because if the laws of nature change, how can he fulfill the prophecies of someone like Jesus to come on the scene as a normal, healthy human being? You see, the whole thing he has to make sure that the creation order is maintaining its creation order to bring about, events like the crucifixion and the resurrection and the church and then everything that's transpired since then, and us enjoying the stream on YouTube, and it wouldn't be possible if the laws of nature were arbitrary. But it's not arbitrary because God's made a covenant with the laws of nature according to the scriptures.
So Yusuf says that the laws of nature are not the same as the laws of logic. Well, don't worry, Yusuf, your God violates the laws of logic as well. That'll be a topic for another day, however. I do want to give Saeed a chance to speak. He's been waiting
Sure.
patiently for a while. So, Saeed, do you have anything to say about today's topic of Islamic cosmology?
Uh, I heard about the devil, the shooting star. Is that what you're talking about?
It was one of the things we talked about.
Yeah, I heard that one. So I will explain to about that the shooting star, the uh, killing the devil from star. Well, I will explain something about that. You see, devil in Islam, the jinn. You know the jinn?
Yes?
Yeah, jinn. Among jinn, there are good jinn and there are bad jinn, and they are they have more powerful, very powerful than a human being. Okay, once upon
Sure.
a once upon a time, God created a jinn before human being. So
Mhm.
they have a lot of power. They can go to other universe. Okay, they used to go to other universe. So they travel to other universe, and when it's in the Quran, they used to listen to the angel gathering. Okay, they reach over there to another, from earth to other universe, and listen to the angels. So God prohibit them to come anymore. So God use star to kill them. If they try to come over there, God kill them. So this is the explanation. Do you understand by what I'm saying?
I understand the words you're saying. That's not an explanation, though. That's just saying the same thing that we already said, that the stars are missiles used to get rid of the bad jinn.
Yeah, the jinn are devils. They try to go to the other universe to listen to there. So God stopped them from going over there, and they kill the through the star. Star does not made for the to kill the jinn, but God used star to kill the jinn who were try to reach over there.
So all you're giving us is theology.
Yeah, but a question I can raise is a shooting star. Is that a material object in the night sky?
Metallurgic?
Is that a material object in the night sky? Can I do, say, a spectral analysis of these so-called shooting stars? Can I work out the absorption spectra or the emission spectra to understand the composition of these shooting stars?
They are just like star, just like a sun.
Ah, okay. So notice with respect to stars like the sun, we can do things like absorption spectral analysis to know the composition of, say, the sun. This is how we know the sun's composed of, say, hydrogen, or
Yeah,
we know
yeah,
that
yeah.
these stars are hydrogen.
Yes,
So,
yes.
so can we do that with these stars that are flung at these jinn?
Can you see that? The,
See what?
the jinn are invisible. They are invisible to our eye.
Yes, but why would Allah use a physical, visible object, as in this case a sun or a star, to hit invisible jinn?
Yeah, because it work. So God can destroy the jinn with the star.
But why? But what's special about the star? Ontologically, what's special about the star that can affect the jinn?
God said it could kill the jinn. Then we believe it.
But what are stars made of? Do you know what the composition of a star is?
Star made of a material thing. It's a energy.
It's a physical object, right?
Yes, yes,
Now,
yes,
are
yes.
jinn physical objects?
Jinn are, yes, physical. They are physical, but they are invisible to our eye. They are physical.
Okay. How big is this star relative to the jinn? If you were to take a measuring tape, how big would you say the star would be?
Star are just the same star, just like a sun. The jinn are, we don't know the
Yeah, but
size of the jinn.
if you were to go to the star, hypothetically, and you would measure the star, how big would you estimate the star to be?
Just like our sun.
Okay,
The size
Thaddeus,
of our sun.
go Google search circumference of the sun.
Yes, I don't know, but the same as our sun. The star are the same as our sun.
Yeah, no
This
problem.
is why I spoke why we need the atmosphere to be 100 million kilometers away. So if you go Google circumference of the sun,
Yep, I have it here.
Well,
Just
what
wait
is
a
your
second.
point?
well,
We'll get the point
well,
here in a second.
yeah.
So the circumference of the sun is 2.72 million miles. Let's just say 2.7.
Okay, say 3 million miles the circumference. So this is 3 million miles. Okay, what's the circumference of the Earth?
It is 24,900. So let's say 25,000 miles.
So 25,000 miles versus 3 million miles. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the sun or these stars, how many of these stars are thrown at the jinn? Is it just one star or how many stars?
Whatever is take.
No, but give it like a number. Would you say there's only one star that's thrown at a jinn or multiple stars?
the star closest to a star, the jinn are entering to the other universe, and
Yes, but how many? The question is, how many jinn are there? Like, if you were to count how many jinn, hypothetically, at any given moment, that's listening in
jinn
on the
are
secret
in
council.
billion. Jinn are in billion, just like a human race.
Okay, okay. There's a billion jinn. How many stars? Is it one star for each jinn?
No. I think you misunderstand. God did not create a star to shoot the jinn. That's not the purpose of their existence. Okay, but God used jinn or star to shoot down
Yes.
the jinn.
Okay, I understand. Okay, I understand. God didn't create the star for the jinn. But he used the star for the jinn. But you're saying there's a
Yes,
billion jinn. Okay, so say there's 1 billion jinn.
yes.
Does he use one star to wipe out the billion jinn, or a billion stars to wipe out the billion jinns?
No. The jinn has a good gene and the bad gene. The only who try to go out of the universe are the bad gene. Okay, and
Okay, how many
who
bad jinn are there?
what?
How many bad jinn are there?
Oh, I don't know how many bad are, but they are bad gene and they are more powerful than human being. They can go
Okay,
out of this
if you're
universe.
saying there's a billion jinn, out of the billion, would there be more than one bad jinn?
Maybe millions of them.
But bad. So out of the jinn, how many are bad? Would you say 100, 200,000, million
Millions.
of bad jinn?
Yes, just like a human
Okay,
being. We have a
okay,
human being. They are good
okay. So,
human being and bad
ok-
human being.
so you have a billion bad jinn.
Yeah.
Okay, forget about the good jinn. We are dealing with
Okay.
the bad jinn.
Okay.
Is there one star that God is using to wipe out that bad jinn in one swipe, or is it a billion stars that God's using to wipe out those billion bad jinn?
Look, the whenever a bad jinn try to go to another universe, whoever, how many, 10, 20, 100 million jinn are trying to go out of the universe, the star will shoot them down.
Yes, but how many stars are required to shoot down?
No,
Okay, say
there
there's
is no
100 bad jinn. How many
even
stars
one.
are required?
Only one star can do that job. Who? Okay, you understand?
So one
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 star.
star can wipe out multiple jinn.
Yes.
Okay, where do we see, apart from our sun, a 3 million mile radius circumference object, like, because you said a star is like our sun, that we
Yeah.
see being flung around in the sky, wiping out the jinn?
It's just like a. Let's say the star is like a gun. Okay, it's gun. Whenever jinn go through the area of the star will shoot them down.
Okay, how far away is the star from us, from the Earth's surface?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that. It's
Is
it's
the
too far. It's too far. Millions of miles, maybe hundreds of
but it
million
is
mile, hundreds of
but this
million
star
mile.
but this star is in our atmosphere, or in our lowest heaven, is it not?
Yeah.
So our lowest heaven is millions of miles away from the
Yeah.
Earth. Then you have to believe that the Apollo missions had to travel through millions of miles of atmosphere to finally get to the moon.
Now, where is the moon came from here?
You see, this is no disrespect to your side, but
No. Go ahead.
no. This is a quick comment to Thaddeus. This is no disrespect to you. Do you
No.
see
Nothing is
how a lack,
this.
like the famous biblical verse, a lack of education
Yeah.
destroys my people?
Go ahead.
Like,
Yeah. I'm not
like,
educated.
And that's fine, but
okay,
the exact numbers aren't important here, Saeed. What is important is we're trying to
critical
get you to
thinking is
think
important.
about
Is
the
yes,
right.
yeah.
So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you know how many miles away the sun is. Right. That's not the relevant portion here. The relevant portion is what this means about the Quran's claims about the earth, right? Because the jinns are on the earth. They're trying to
Yes,
sneak into
yes,
heaven to
yeah.
hear Allah's plans. Allah throws a star at him, meaning he's throwing it towards earth. The star
Not
is
not on Earth, on the jinn.
right towards earth at the jinn, right? So there's a jinn in between earth
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
how
and
else would we know about it? You see, that's the that's we have to see this phenomena. Is the Quran describing this phenomena that it
Uh,
happens and we are not aware of it?
I think it is recently I saw a video. It's an American military uh, video. American military video. It's recently in the news. Okay, it says it shows that the alien of some kind of alien they
You went mute.
I
Oop,
think he may have lost connection.
okay.
Yep, there he just dropped.
Man, I feel so sorry for. It's just, man, again, this lack of knowledge or education. But no offense to Saeed, you mean well. Like you have a conviction, and that's respectable. I respect that. And this is why I just wish I could just take him on like a museum tour of this is the history of the universe and this is what actually happened, and just some critical thinking is required. And yeah, I find it interesting he admitted that the lowest heaven is millions of miles away. By implication, right? Um, because if one
Right.
of the
So
stars is flying at a jinn, but it's the size of our sun, oh my goodness, it can't be just above us. Like, yeah.
yeah, and Yusuf in the chat actually agreed with that. Let's say I didn't bookmark it, so give me one thing. But he agreed that the sun is the same size as the jinn. He said the jinns are as big as the sun. So what?
Oh my goodness.
Nope.
So wait, there's billions of 3 million mile circumference jinn?
And they are on
Jeez.
Earth, causing problems for
Okay.
Muslims.
On Earth.
Well, I mean, he didn't say that, but that's part of the Islamic teaching that the jinns cause problems, that they interfere with humanity's relationship with Allah. He's saying that he
So
didn't. He's now saying I didn't mean that. Even if we assume that, what's the issue? Well, what's the issue is that you have
this is the issue.
jinns as large as the sun inhabiting Earth. I
Why,
I mean,
if one jinn is the size of the sun, why would you need billions of jinn to inhabit Earth? You might as well just have this one jinn just take over Earth. Oh goodness.
he just says and. Like I think he just heard me say that you have jinns as
Look at
large
the
as the
scale
sun
up here.
inhabiting Earth, and
That's his scale. So the scale,
yeah,
100,000 kilometers is this scale here, by the way.
Yeah, I'm back, sir. My
Oh, no
internet.
worries. I'm glad you're back. Yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah,
I don't know. Well, actually, you were talking when you dropped out, so you did definitely hear what we said.
no,
The
I did
last.
not. My internet was down.
Yeah. No worries. No worries about that. Go ahead and repeat your last point for us.
RJ says we are toast. That's so what? Oh, that's a good comment.
Saeed, are you there, or did we
Yes,
lose you
sir.
again? Saeed, if you could repeat your last point for us, that you were saying when you got cut off.
Uh, I forgot what was the last thing.
Okay, no problem. So what we said is that you have these large, highly destructive objects, stars, being
Yes.
thrown at jinn who were on Earth and are trying to sneak into heaven. So they haven't gone to heaven yet. Right? They're still in the domain between the surface of the Earth and the lowest heaven.
To be
Right?
honest,
So
I'm
they're
going
in
to keep
that
this
domain.
graphic up as you explain this because
Oh,
this is
I
important.
think I understand your point. What was you got a wrong thing? I think you said the whole star jumping on the jinn. That's not what I'm saying over here. The star is just a shoot from within the star. It's like a gun. It shoot down the jinn. It's not the whole star is going to the jinn. You
Okay,
understand?
so
Okay,
you're
so
saying a sun flare is shooting
Yeah,
out?
yeah. Something like that. Yeah,
Okay, a sun flare is still huge, massive. Because see, this is
whatever.
Earth.
Yeah, okay. Whatever. It's not the size. It's the flare go and the shoot down. Whatever size, it doesn't matter. Okay, it may be like a 1 inch, 2 inch, whatever flare go and start shoot down the gene.
So I think what you're
Um,
trying to say, what you're trying to say is you're trying to do the same thing that the Sahih International Translation we looked at earlier did, is where they take the Quran's actual words of "I made stars to throw at demons," and add a piece of into that. So you're trying to say that he just takes a piece of each star and throws that in.
Yeah. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not what the Quran actually says.
No. Quran doesn't say the whole star go and it's not like that. It's Quran. It says the, you see
okay,
that this. Yeah. Go ahead.
this is sped up live. This is live. This is not computer generated. This is what through filters
Yeah. Yes.
we're able to see what the sun is on happening on the surface.
Yeah.
So are you saying that moments like this? So this is attacking Jinn right now.
No, it doesn't have to be. No. That's not. The sun will
There,
act.
that's attacking a Jinn right now. There, that's a solar flare.
That the flare is like that will attack the gene, but it doesn't mean the every time flare is there, it's attacking the gene. No, it's
Okay,
not like
okay,
that.
but how do we know if it's attacking the Jinn or not? Because at least then we know the Jinn's position. Oh, it's like in other words, the Jinn was located here.
Every flare is not attacking the gene. Okay,
But how
it's
do you
a
know that?
natural phenomena. Okay, but it's God used this flare or the star to attack, bring down the gene.
Okay, but how do you know that at any given moment it's a Jinn and not a Jinn? So in other words, at any given moment, this is a natural flare versus this is God using to attack a Jinn.
No,
How do you know this?
we will never know. We will never know.
Ah, so it's based on blind faith.
Yeah,
You will
religion
never
is
know.
based on blind faith. Religion are based on blind faith.
Well, maybe yours is, but mine isn't.
No. You don't have any proof God exists. You don't have any proof.
I I have
Well,
solid evidence.
It's a faith. It's a faith. Do
So
you?
why do you believe
So
this? Why
What?
do
so
you believe?
yeah, so I mean, you're
Why do you believe?
basically
Yeah.
adopting a polemical atheist position to try to avoid what your religion teaches.
Yeah, you have a proof God existence. Jesus is God. You have
I
proof.
have solid arguments. I have solid reason to
That's
believe.
that's the faith. Argument you
No,
have is
no
a
solid
faith.
reason. Well, you're technically correct in that the biblical word for faith is uh, confidence based on
Yeah,
evidence. That's
yeah.
what the Greek word means. But that's not how you're trying to use faith. You're trying to
No.
use it as this
Look at that.
Look,
A Jinn was
blind.
attacked.
yeah, this is the real picture of the sun.
Yes.
Mhm.
Wow, it's
This is in
amazing.
my astronomy department. Yes.
Wow, it's a very amazing one. So you see, our faith is based on.
Okay. Just quickly though. Just quickly. I want to push back against this. Notice the ring-like structures of these flares, all right?
Yeah.
Now, I want to show you something. Once it explodes, this is a phenomenon we understand scientifically. There's no superstition, no jinn being attacked. Okay, notice when you have an explosion. I've sort of paused it.
Yeah.
What happens with the flare? What happens? It's coming down in an arch. All right? Now notice this ring-like structure over here. So Thaddeus, does this look familiar to you if you're talking about magnetism?
Yes,
No.
it's like a magnetic field is in a similar
Exactly.
pattern.
Exactly. That's what's actually going on here. This is nothing but just plasma,
Yeah.
gravity,
I'm not.
nucleosynthesis, all of this happening simultaneously. It's natural phenomena. Why should I, understanding the nature and the laws of nature governing this star, our sun, why should I? Okay, here we go. Here's another shot. There it goes. And now it's going to retract back. This is a beautiful angle, by the way, because it's going to retract back. Notice the arch shape that it's going to take. Notice these arches over here. Why should I then think that there's some sort of weird jinn being attacked through Allah by the star?
Allah used the star to kill the jinn. This is God made it.
Okay.
God made it. Star to what I'm saying. Uh, God used a star uh, to kill the jinn. That's what it is. I mean, this is all
Okay,
just.
so Saeed, I want to ask you a question here. Which of these two things is
I'm going
more
to get a quick
probable?
drink, by the way, Thaddeus. So you
Yep, that's fine.
keep going. Yeah.
That a writer of the Quran or the Islamic literature in general saw a sight similar to what I have up on the screen now, saw what looks like a star traversing through the atmosphere of Earth. You can see some stars in the background. You can see that they look pretty similar. It's a bright spot of light at the head. The tail is just the light, um, being further back in space. That's not actually what it is, but from our perspective, it looks like that there's light, and that light is moving, and you kind of see it streaking across the sky. So option one is they saw something like this. They saw a sight like this. They saw what looked like a star heading towards Earth, and they came up with an explanation that God had thrown this object at a demon that was trying to traverse the physical space between the surface of the Earth and the physical heaven above. Or option two, that Allah meant that Allah came up with these words that are not at all clear to the original audience. And they don't say anything about a part of a star. They don't say anything about it being millions of miles away or a great distance away. And that he really meant that somewhere far, far away from us, a star is shooting off bullets, so to speak, at demons that have made it way up to that star, and it's unobservable for a human from Earth. So which is more likely? That Allah was explaining something that human beings saw in the sky, or that he was talking about some imaginary, or not imaginary, but some phenomenon way, way far away?
You see, I'm not saying every flare the sun make it does not mean it's shooting down the jinn. Okay, I'm not saying that, but Allah use a star to shoot down the jinn.
Right. That has nothing to do with my question. I understand your position. I understand what you're claiming about the nature of physical reality. I'm asking you to do a thought experiment now. and say there's two possibilities. One is that the Quran is actually written by a human being. The other is that it's written by an all-knowing creator of the universe. I want you to think about this critically and say that, is the Quran describing something like this that you can physically see in the sky, and he's is claiming that this is a sign from Allah, or is it describing some faraway phenomenon? Let's just go with what you said, that it's, you know, related to a sun flare or whatever. The exact mechanism is not important, but he's describing some far off phenomenon for demons that have already traveled millions of miles away from Earth, are no longer a threat to human beings, and he's just describing how he eliminates those demons.
You see, Allah is why Allah is stopping the jinn. It's only reason they used to come to the they used to go to the another world, another universe, and they
Right.
Quran described they used to listen the angel gathering. Okay, so
Correct. That is what it's
uh,
describing. I'm not
yeah,
denying any
that's
of that.
yeah.
I'm
So
asking you to think just about the text, not your theology. I know what your theology is.
no,
I
no,
know
this
what
is
the
in the text. This is in the Quran. Why Allah is stopping?
right. The text says those words. The text says that the demons or jinns were trying to sneak into heaven to hear Allah's plans, so he
Yeah,
threw the stars at them. That is correct. That is what it says.
yeah.
I'm not denying any of that. I'm saying which is more probable. The text is written for human beings, correct? The purpose of the Quran is to give guidance to human beings.
Yes.
So which is more probable? That the guidance is related to something we can observe. We can see this visible sign of Allah throwing a star at the demon, and thus we have confidence that Allah's plans are protected, or however you want to put that. Or is it more, or would the text be describing something we can observe? We have, no purpose to a human being, right? The describing the phenomenon, like there's a purpose of knowing that the demons can't hear Allah's plans, but there's no purpose of describing the phenomenon if we can't observe it. So just trying to think outside a Muslim perspective, which one would be more likely? Would it be describing something you can see or something you can't see?
Oh, okay. I understand your question. It's possible in future we may find out the UFO phenomena, why this happening, and in future we will find out uh, the UFOs and this all those stuff why happening on earth. So probably that's why Allah said this thing. So in future we will going to find out about them.
What did I miss?
So I'm trying to get through to Saeed here that the Quran is describing something that human beings can observe. I've been asking him whether this picture of a shooting star, so-called shooting star, is what it's describing, or if it's describing what he's saying it is, which is, some faraway star throwing flares at demons, which we can't observe and certainly could not observe in the 7th century. The text seems to say that this is a sign for human beings. Said agreed that the purpose of the Quran is to provide guidance for man. So I'm just saying, from a perspective of, what would be guidance to human beings, a sign they can observe or something far away, which would the text be more likely to be describing? We have and my point here, Saeed, is that we have this perfectly reasonable explanation that the Quran thinks that this phenomenon that we call a shooting star is in fact a star being thrown at a demon,
Because
or at
see,
least they
it
imagine it's
happens to
being thrown at a
match
demon.
through parallax and trigonometry. It happens to match the same size as the sun in circumference, moving across the sky. But it's because of our perspective, a meteorite entering the atmosphere, breaking apart, and it's giving the illusion that it's a sun moving across the sky. But you're saying it's a sun flare with respect to suns shooting out flares. So is a meteorite a sun flare? No, obviously not. So why would a sun flare, which is 150 million miles away, be necessary or effective when Earth is 150 million miles away? Are you saying, okay, let me put it this way, because I was just thinking about this as I was getting my drink. You're saying the jinn, or the bad jinn, are trying to get into Allah's council or secret stuff.
Yeah, just say another universe.
Okay, another universe. Okay, is that other universe at the sun's doorstep? Because notice, if the sun is shooting out its flares, is that where Allah is located? Right next to where the sun is.
No. Sun is in our universe. Okay, sun is in ours. The jinn trying to go to out of this universe.
Yes, but why is the phenomena of jinn shooting stars happening within the vicinity of Earth?
Because
Do we
it
see
does
this?
not.
Do we see this? Do we see
Yeah,
this phenomena anywhere else in the universe?
no. This is all the sun you all the star you see it's in our universe. Okay, the jinn is trying to go out of this universe, so the sun will shoot down them.
But the sun is not a god. The sun is the center of the solar system.
Yes,
So,
yes, I understand. God used them to shoot down
so
the
why?
jinn
Okay. Why? Okay, then why don't the jinn go out of the universe, away from the sun? Why don't they avoid the sun? Why
because
should they be? Why should they be going
the
towards the
star.
sun's direction? Why can't they
The,
just go outside the sun's direction, go somewhere
no,
else?
you're saying the sun is not the correct way. Star is the correct way. Correct word.
Okay,
But you
so
just
maybe I can explain this to you, Saeed. So you look up at the sky and you perceive that the sky is filled with stars, but that's because you're seeing stars from a relatively close distance, say a few dozen light years away, up to uh, stars that are billions of light years away. So these stars, even though they look very close together from your perspective on Earth, they're actually very, very, very far apart. The universe as a whole is almost entirely empty space. It would be very easy to find a path to the edge of the universe that didn't go past any star.
Yeah. No, I don't have any more to explain. I explained to you everything what I could.
Okay, that's fine. So I just want you to, I don't need any further explanation from you, but I just want you to think about this, which is more likely that someone observed something like this that you see on the screen, where they saw something that looks like a star heading towards Earth and decided that this was evidence of Allah's actions to protect humanity from jinn, or that the Quran is describing a phenomenon that uh, you have no ability to explain, which I understand you're not versed in this particular subject. That's perfectly fine. But I assure you that no other person who's well versed in science would have an explanation either, other than what is said in the chat, that it's a miracle and it is beyond explanation,
Yeah,
because it doesn't make any sense with what we know about the physical universe.
yeah. Right now, it does not make sense anything because we are not rich that much knowledge. Maybe possible Allah is showing this verse in the future. Maybe human being find out the this happening, the phenomena of UFO, this happening. Maybe human being in future find out. That's why Allah telling these things. It must have purpose of this verse. This ayah. There must be a purpose for to Allah to say this about this.
yeah, but notice. Sorry about that. I'm just eating. Notice then the the circular reasoning in this. He can't let go of the Quran's authority. There has to be an explanation for this. So critical thinking out the window, rather than going from a ground up perspective, or like from the outside in towards the Quran, rather it's the Quran judging the phenomena out, which now it's the blind leading the blind, because the Quran in this sense is basically a blind man, and you're being led blindly by a blind man who because the Quran doesn't give an accurate, say, enough data to explain to us what it thinks what these stars are. Now based on the Arabic and based on what you've tried to explain, you're trying to associate it with the natural phenomena of, say, sunspots, sun flares.
Yeah,
Then you're trying to introduce something to do with UFOs. Obviously, there is the obvious phenomena of meteorites and meteor showers. And then you're basically saying, look, but see, there's so many stars in the night sky, so that means a meteor shower must come from, like, pops out of one of these stars that are imprinted in the night sky. But now notice you've just acknowledged, ancient cosmological lowest heaven lamp cosmology, and that just doesn't compute with modern astronomy and cosmology. The sun is 150 million miles away, and kilometers. Sorry, the sun is 92 million miles away, and um, and then therefore the atmosphere has to be basically close to 90 million miles in order to accommodate that so-called lowest heaven, if the sun is above that lowest heaven. So if the sun is 92 million miles away, the lowest heaven has to be, say, anywhere between 50 and 92 million miles. And now you're saying the Earth's atmosphere, which is the lowest heaven, is that vast and that big. But then didn't we just see that the Earth's circumference is only, what, 25,000?
Yep.
So a small little 25,000 circumference is able to make up a 50 million circumference-based or radius-based atmosphere from this tiny, tiny little Earth object. That's a
So I'll leave you.
massive. Yeah.
Bible say a lot of things, and I
Yeah.
don't think you
Okay.
have.
So actually, that's perfect segue, Saeed. So this is the thought I want to leave you with: that you can say that you have blind faith in the accuracy of the Quran on the stars, and maybe we'll eventually find something in the universe that can correspond to it. You can only do that legitimately if you first have reason to believe in the truth of the text, right? You can say, I don't understand this one particular thing, but the other 99% I understand, so I believe that 1% as well. That's a valid position. What is not a valid position is to say, I don't need any evidence for anything. I just believe it all with blind faith. That's the difference between our position and at least what you seem to be saying. I'm not saying you don't have any evidence for Islam. And if you do, I'd be happy to talk about that another day. But I want you to understand that difference, which is directly related to this question asked by Yusuf, if we can prove that angels exist.
Okay, okay. Look, in Quran, Allah Himself said about the existence of God is based on faith, not the proof. If your religion said Bible said Jesus is God, can you prove He's God?
Yeah, I can actually establish the historical probability that Jesus rose from the dead, thus authenticating his claim to be God.
Those are all is based on faith, not in you have any
No, it's
proof
not.
of.
You're not understanding the difference here. You do actually seem to be saying what I thought you might be saying, and that's that you can't know anything. You just have to believe or not believe. And that's not the position of the Bible. That's not Rob and I's position. Maybe it's a position of some Christians who are not well educated and don't know the evidence for Christianity, but it's not our position. Our position is that the evidence supports our position. Yusuf earlier said, you guys sound like atheists. And I said back to him that atheists, or we are who atheists wish to be, people who have evidence on our side. Atheists claim they have evidence for, or that the only rational thing to be is an atheist. But whenever I ask them for any evidence, they assert they don't need to supply any. They end up having the same blind faith position that you have. They say that their position doesn't require defense, which seems to be what you're saying. You seem to be saying that you don't have to have any reason to believe Islam, you just believe it. I mean, if I'm mistaken, please correct me. But that's what I'm hearing you say.
Okay, can you prove there is a God?
I've already answered this multiple times.
No.
Well, I'll tackle this.
Okay.
So
okay.
I can, but that question is also applied to you, by the way. And so I'll give my answer, and I'm interested to hear your answer to that question.
1 minute. I don't have a proof of existence of God, but only based my faith is in existence of God based on faith, not any evidence. Go ahead.
Okay. Thaddeus, can you bring up 1 John 1?
Yes.
Now you have to work within model structures. So you have to work when I answer this question, I'm answering it from a purely theoretical data point driven argumentation. The Bible affirms that God is invisible. Okay? The Bible affirms that he's, you can't see God, right? But the Bible also simultaneously affirms that for us to know whether he exists or not, so this is the reason why I became a believer in God, is because of this very interesting point that's mentioned over here. So read verse 1 to 4.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite passages of the entire Bible, in fact. That which was from the beginning, which we have heard, which we have seen with our eyes, which we have looked upon, and have touched with our hands, concerning the word of life, the life that was made manifest, and we have seen it, and testify to it, and proclaim to you the eternal life, which was with the Father, and was made manifest to us. That which we have seen and heard, we proclaim also to you, so that you too may have fellowship with us. And indeed, our fellowship is with the Father and with his Son, Jesus Christ. And we are writing these things so that our joy may be complete.
Okay, now notice here. Notice the empirical. So Rose, you said it's not based on empirical evidence or data, rather it's just based on faith. The Christian challenge is that there's empirical activation of the senses and investigation, which we have seen with our eyes. Okay, but our eyes could fool us, which we looked upon and have touched with our hands. But again, that can also fool us. The life that was made manifest, and we have seen it, testified, and proclaimed to you this life which was with the Father. By the way, the Father is invisible, but yet made manifest to us. That which we have seen and heard, we proclaim also to you. Notice here the Christian claim is sticking purely from a theoretical data point. I'm not saying you have to accept this as true. It's just a data point. The data point is we acknowledge that God is invisible, but something unique happened in Jesus that made the invisible God visible, and then empirical investigation was a possibility to see for the first time in human history this empirical thing that happened in Jesus, the crucifixion and his resurrection. Now, sticking with the same theoretical framework, Saeed, is there an equivalent of this verse in the Quran of Allah? Could I do the same, looking upon him, touching him with my hands? Can I do the same thing with Allah?
You think this is the proof existence of God?
I'm speaking here within a theoretical thought experiment framework. If I was to if I was to compare notes, if I was to compare, this is what the biblical statement is of how to approach God, that what they experienced was something that they can actually tangibly touch with their hands for themselves to see. And in other words, they touch God, basically. So therefore, God is empirically there. He exists. It's a no-brainer now. Is there an equivalent example of this in the Quran?
Yeah, yeah. You see, this is all faith. I believe in Quran, and it makes sense to me. Everything. So I believe this is where Quran is from God. But
Okay, so the Quran is the closest thing you get to Allah then, right?
no. See, Allah is separate. God is separate from Quran. Okay, without Quran, I could have believe in God. Okay, Quran does not make me believe in God. Okay, the Quran is separate from the God. So
Yeah, but the challenge you raised was that you're talking about empirical data. The Christian claim is that God became tangible. So the Doubting Thomas episode, put your hands in my side to see that it's me. Okay.
yes, yeah,
Is
yeah,
there an
but
equivalent with Allah?
oh yes, we have many things. If you read in the Quran, you will find this knowledge, this thing must be came from God. The knowledge,
Like,
the
okay,
wisdom
give me,
in the Quran, the knowledge and the wisdom in the Quran make you believe this book must be from God.
okay, give me an example.
Ah, I cannot give you particular thing. It's very hard to give you one point going to make you believe in it.
So Saeed, let me make a proposal to you. Right? Okay, you're not prepared to give specific points off the top of your head. That's fine. How about we schedule a future time where you can prepare in advance your points? Because if you're going to say the whole, if you're going to say as a whole, the Quran affirms your belief in it, that it provides evidence to believe in it, then there has to be individual points. You can't just say as in a whole. Now, each individual point doesn't have to be decisive. Each individual point might by itself only be indicative that it provides evidence for. But when you combine all these claims that none of them are decisive by itself, they add up into a case. That's
Yeah,
exactly how I would build up the case for Christianity. I would point to numerous reasons to believe that the uh, Gospels are historically reliable. That would be the first step. Does that prove that the Bible is true? Obviously not. It only proves that they are, from a historical standpoint, describing what the authors believe that the authors are being truthful and that they have access to the sources, the people and the places and the things to be in a position to know. And then you add in that, what they claim, and then you think through it logically. You look at each individual point, and you build up a case little by little. This is how I built my case for Christianity. Another piece of evidence, the fulfillment of Old Testament prophecies in the person of Jesus. Piece of evidence, how the Bible, written by many different authors, has one cohesive story, all pointing to a figure that wouldn't come for at least hundreds, and in some cases thousands of years. That somehow these writers writing thousands of years before Jesus came, or at least hundreds of years before Jesus came, were all creating a story working towards an end that was not known, that makes perfect sense in retrospect. So, and on any individual point, the atheist might be able to dispute it, but they're going to dispute, one point with one claim, another point with another claim, another point with another claim. And when you have 50 different explanations for 50 different pieces of evidence on the one hand, and you have one explanation on the other hand, the other explanation being that God is real and he reveals himself in the Bible, then you have a strong case. So if you can point to individual things in the Quran and build up a case like that, I would love to hear that. I would be happy to talk to you about that anytime. That's different than the claim you are making, though. You're
Okay.
claiming that you just believe by faith.
Yeah, that's good idea. I can bring that case and I will show you. Yeah, whenever you
Excellent,
want to.
excellent. Yeah, I'd love to have that discussion. I would welcome Rob back for that, or I would have that by myself, depending on Rob's availability. But I would definitely like to do that in our day.
Okay. So how can I reach you?
Yep, you can email me at Reasoned Answers, so Thaddeus at reasonedanswers.com or reasonedanswers@gmail.com. Either one of those will work. I put that in the private chat. It's also listed in the description box of every video. So you email me, set up a time, and let's do that.
Okay, okay. Let me see over here. It's in the description. Okay, I got it over here. Okay.
Yep. It's also in the video description in case you lose it. So
Okay,
Yusuf,
okay. I
to
got it.
answer the question from Yusuf, can you prove that angels exist? And I'll give Rob the chance to answer this as well. But what I would say is that I can prove that the Bible is inspired by God, or obviously it depends on how you define proof. I mean, if you define proof in one way, you can't prove anything. You can't even prove I exist. I can't even prove that I exist if you define proof narrowly enough. But if you define it in the way that a normal, reasonable person does, like the standard that would be used in a court of law, I can prove that the Bible is reliable, that it conveys true information, and it makes a claim about angels as a category of being, although angel really means messenger. So the term is also used for human beings and such. But as far as, this category of being that's not human and is not uh, fully divine, i.e. God, yeah, the Bible makes that claim. So that it would be my evidence for that particular thing. But believing in angels has nothing to do with salvation. So that point, I'm taking based on the totality of the evidence of the Bible being reliable and assuming it's reliable on that point as well. If I decided angels don't exist and it's only God and human beings, would that change anything about the biblical narrative, the message of salvation? I don't think it would. Therefore, it's not like a super crucial issue to me. Did you want to add anything, Rob?
Yeah, so for me, it's supernatural phenomena with respect to what they would call jinn-like creatures, but Christian terminology is different. Like we have in the ancient Near East and also in the biblical text this divine council hierarchy. So you have God and then the other gods, but then the other gods are all in their own little hierarchy. As you pointed out, angel is malak. It's just a messenger. So when it says it can Rob prove that the angels exist, well, are you saying angels there as an umbrella term to mean supernatural entities that in themselves have a hierarchy? The fact that Jesus encounters angels, Jesus encounters demons, you have hierarchies within the biblical text simultaneous with the ancient Near Eastern comparative literature on, say, the Watchers, the Apkallu, the Anunnaki, the Sons of God, and then all the other gods of the nations, Psalm 82, Deuteronomy 32 verse 8. Yeah, and then you see Daniel 10, Ezekiel 28, the gods or the kings or the princes of each given nation that the archangel Michael has to accommodate and fight, Gabriel, and so you have all these data points that ultimately ends up, and here's the beauty of it, right? So there's acknowledgement of angels everywhere in all these data points, extra biblical as well as biblical, and also supernatural as well. When we go into cultures, and we see encounters with divine forces, but it all culminates. Okay, here's the catch: it all culminates in this very ironic twist. Thaddeus, go to Hebrews 1.
Will do.
read for me verses 1 to 6.
Long ago, at many times, in many ways, God spoke to our fathers by the prophets. But in these last days he has spoken to us by his Son, whom he appointed the heir of all things, through whom also he created the world. He is the radiance of the glory of God and the exact imprint of his nature, and he upholds the universe by the word of his power. After making purifications for sins, he sat down at the right hand of the Majesty on high, having become as much superior to angels as the name he has inherited is more excellent than theirs. For to which of the angels did God ever say, "You are my son, today I have begotten you"? Or again, "I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son"? And again, when he brings the firstborn into the world, he says, "Let all God's angels worship him."
Okay, there you go. Hebrews is tackling the angel issue head on. So in verse 1, God is speaking through the prophets in various ways, various fashions, and sure enough, yeah, the Malachim, the messengers, in this case the angels, were also the means by which God communicated through the prophets. And then in the most awesome, precise, efficient, like the most the final way God can finally, like in complete fullness, speak now to humans. How could he do it through a mere creature known as an angel? He does it now finally through his son, because the designation is he's the exact imprint. He's the apogasma. He is also much superior to angels, as the name he has inherited is more excellent than theirs. So, if angels exist, then to which of the angels did God ever say, "You are my son"? And notice how he says in verse 6, "Let all God's angels worship him." Where the author of Hebrews is getting that last verse, by the way, verse 6, where he's getting that worship language from. So this is the last verse to look up, Thaddeus. But go to Deuteronomy 32, verse 43. This is where
Rejoice
he's
with
getting it
him.
from.
Rejoice with him, O heavens, bow down to him, all gods. For he avenges the blood of the children, and avenges on his adversaries. He repays those who hate him, and cleanses his people's land.
So the Hebrew word for God there is Elohim. So all the Elohim are bowing down to who? The I am. By the way, the I am, if you go back to, I think it's 37, if you scroll up, keep going. Oh, no, verse 38. Wait, go down. 39. See now.
Sorry.
Yeah, see now that even I am he. Literally, it literally is I am, and there is no God besides me. Meaning, there's no one comparable to me. And okay, but if there's no one comparable to me, what does that imply about the gods then? They worship him. 43. Hebrews 1 takes Deuteronomy 32:43, and obviously angelos is in the Septuagint rendering of verse 43. So Elohim is in the Hebrew, angelos is in the Septuagint, and Hebrews 1:6, let all the Elohim, or let all the angels worship the Son. Why? Because the Son is apogasma, the exact imprint. So kind of like what Thadi said a moment ago, whether the angels exist or not. So if they exist, they worship the Son. If they don't exist, the Son is still sovereign. That's the irony of the that's the irony of the Christian message. Can you prove that angels exist? That's not that it's an interesting question to ask. And yes, circumstantially we can demonstrate their existence. But is that even a required question when already the Christian scriptures say that there's a person that has inherited a name that is better than angels, and that's who we have to know whether he exists or not, and that's basically Jesus. If we know that Jesus rose from the dead, that's all that matters. Angels don't matter. Actually, okay, final verse. Go back to Hebrews 2 now. This is just to bring this full circle. This is why Jesus is more important and why we should think about Jesus more than we should think about angels. Hebrews 2 verse 5 down to say around 10, somewhere around there.
For it was not to angels that God subjected the world to come, of which we are speaking. It has been tested somewhere. What is man that
Justified.
you are mindful of him? Testify, yes. What is man that you are mindful of him? Or the son of man that you care for
Oh,
him?
didn't we just read the
You
psalm, by the way, when we were looking at Carl Sagan? That's Psalm
yes.
8, remember? Yeah, there you go. All right, keep going.
It's all connected. That's what, like I said,
Yeah,
one of my arguments,
yeah.
that all the text is connected. You made him for a little while lower than the angels. You have crowned
Oh,
him with
lower than
glory and
angels. Oh,
honor,
wow. Okay, yeah, keep going.
putting everything in subjection under his feet. Now, in putting everything in subjection to him, he left nothing outside his control. At present, we do not yet see everything in subjection to him, but we see him who for a little while was made lower than the angels, namely Jesus, crowned with glory and honor because of the suffering of his death, so that by the grace of God, he might taste death for everyone.
Keep going, actually, keep going. I want you to read. I think it's somewhere like verse 16 where it says he didn't come to help the angels.
Yep, no problem. For it was
Yep.
fitting that he, for whom and by whom all things exist, in bringing many sons to glory, should make the founder of their salvation perfect through suffering. For he who sanctifies and those who are sanctified all have one source. That is why he is not ashamed to call them brothers, saying, I will tell of your name to my brothers. In the midst of the congregation, I will sing your praise.
Okay, wait,
And again,
quickly pause. Quickly pause. Hang on.
yep,
I will tell of your name to my brothers in the midst of the congregation. Wow, in the midst of the divine council, Jesus is going to sing your praise to you and me as brothers in that council, because we are conformed in his image right now as Christians. Oh, and furthermore, that's a psalm. And what psalm is this author of Hebrews quoting from? Is there a footnote that?
yeah, there is. So Psalm 22:22.
Oh, what other time is Psalm 22 quoted in the New Testament?
In reference to the crucifixion, among other places.
The only two places in the New Testament Psalm 22 is quoted is verse 1 on the cross, and now after the vindication of the person that suffers through the first part of the psalm, now the psalmist declares, I will sing your praises in the congregation, right? And the author of Hebrews is saying that Jesus is going to sing those praises from the same psalm after his vindication and his resurrection. All right, keep going.
And again, I will put my trust in him. And again, behold, I and the children God has given me. Since therefore the children share in flesh and blood, he himself likewise partook of the same things, that through death he might destroy the one who has the power of death, that is, the devil, and deliver all those who through fear of death were subject to lifelong slavery. For surely it is not angels that he helps, but he helps the offspring of Abraham.
There we go.
Therefore
Oh,
he
and
had,
yep, keep reading. Keep reading. Sorry, yep, keep reading.
yep, I knew that's the word you wanted, but to
Yeah.
conclude the thought, therefore he
Yep.
had to be made like his brothers in every respect, so that he might become a merciful and faithful high priest in the service of God to make propitiation for the sins of the people.
So, therefore the children share in flesh and blood. He himself likewise partook of the same things, incarnation into the human form. Because that's what Psalm 8 is. He became lower than angels, because we are lower than angels. The gospel message is, now that he shared in this, what does that imply when you have a hypostasis of the divine and the human body, which is nothing but stardust? There's a glorification up even above the angels. Because wherever the angels are positioned, Jesus is above the angels. We are now seated up as brothers in the congregation above the angels. And what does that imply? about the angels in verse 16, it is not angels that he helps, which means Jesus didn't incarnate into any angel to then save angels. He cared about you and I, who are even below the angels. He cared about the dust of the ground. Go back to verse 5. What's the implications of verse 5?
Reading it again, for it was not to angels that God subjected the world to come, of which we are speaking.
There you go. So what's
It
the
has
world
been
to come?
testified. The world to come is what we call heaven.
The new heavens, new earth, Revelation 21. It is not to angels that God subjected the world to come. Who did God subject the world to in Christ? Or the coming world, the new heavens and new earth. We see that in Revelation. You will become the morning star with me. You will be seated on thrones with me. You are now in the New Jerusalem. And okay, because I get really passionate about this. Final verse, Revelation 21. Okay, Revelation 21. Because an angel gives the natural response. Verse
Do you want me to read from
5.
verse 1 or verse 5?
Well, if you want, I don't mind if you want to read from verse 1, but verse 5 is key. Because this is, yeah, but you can read it from verse 1 if you want.
Yeah, I'll just jump from 1 to 5, but just to set the scene.
Sure.
Then I saw a new
Yeah.
heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. And then he goes
And
on to
by the way, the
describe what
sea
else he
here is
sees.
the chaos language. So there's no more chaos, which is described later on in these verses, like the death, decay, and so on. Okay, verse 5.
And he who was seated on the throne said, Behold, I am making all things new. Also, he said, Write this down, for these words are trustworthy and true. And he said to me, It is done. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. To the thirsty I give from the spring of water of life without payment. The one who conquers will have this heritage, and I will be his God, and you will be my son. But as for the cowardly, the faithless, the detestable, as for the murderers, the sexually immoral,
Okay,
sorcerers,
wait. Sorry.
idolaters,
Sorry. It's because of the ESV rendering here. Sorry, it's verse 3.
and I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, Behold, the dwelling place of God is with man. He will dwell with them, and they will be his people, and God himself will be with them as their God.
Okay, literally, in the Greek, I heard a loud scream. I heard a tremendous shock and horror scream from the throne. Now, scholars debate, is this an angel speaking? Is this maybe God, or even maybe Jesus? Because there's some translations that even put like red letter into it, thinking it could be Jesus. But I take the angel view. It's an angel that's been with John this whole time, because John and this angel keeps corresponding with each other. And literally, you see how it says the dwelling place of God? Literally, the tent of God is among who? Humans? He will make his home with them, and they will be his people. Literally, it's this shock and horror. What is meant to be impossible, but even the angels have to cover their eyes, and they can't even be in the presence of God. Wait, what? Like, what's meant to be in the Holy of Holies and sealed off? That tent, that tabernacle, is now among humans. And there are some scholars like G.K. Beale that when we get into the dimensions of the New Jerusalem, so how we traditionally think of it as a cube-like structure. But there are scholars like G.K. Beale that point out that actually the dimensions match a pyramid. But think of it like the Tower of Babel, because the Tower of Babel was a ziggurat. So it's an inverted Tower of Babel, basically, descending down. So in other words, it's God's tower, so to speak. So the polemic is, just as Genesis 11 describes humans trying to go up to God through their own means, here's God descending down with his own, basically, building a tower. and joining himself with humans as a complete final whole, which is again corresponding to Hebrews 2:5. It's not to the angels that the coming world is subject to. Why? Because God didn't incarnate into any of the angels to allow them that honor. It's and then he quotes Psalm 8. He descends down even lower than the angels to the human form and elevates the human form up now, so that in the New Jerusalem, now there's notice that beautiful language. The dwelling place of God is with man. Like, think about that. The dwelling place of God is with man. Like something that Moses requested, something that everyone's been requesting, is now going to happen because Jesus is, 1 Timothy 2, the mediator between God and men. That's how we know God exists. Jesus is the glue to the whole thing. Now, in the Quran, you're just having Gabriel doing Allah's errands, and that supposedly we have to give this, the Shahada, we have to give this like statement, and then somehow, through some mysterious means, we have the ability to see Allah's face. There's no mechanism described as to how that's possible. The Christian message is Jesus is the mechanism by which that's possible. So I just wanted to
Absolutely.
share all that.
Absolutely. So we'll close out here in a second. So a couple comments from Yusuf, and then I had one comment from earlier that I saved because I wanted to close out on it. Yusuf said that we have to provide.
Yeah, I already did that with the ancient Near Eastern context. Yeah.
And I think this is ironic here because, that's not remotely what the argument was.
And then when we look at scripture, the biblical scripture, it's coherent versus the Quran scripture that speaks about natural phenomena, whereas apparently it's trying to describe natural phenomena for us, where we know that natural phenomena is not what it is. It's the shooting stars are not shooting jinn. It's the result of objects in space that are heating up in Earth's atmosphere. That's all it is.
This will be a simplistic answer for you, Yusuf, but it should be sufficient for today. You said, so you have evidence for one claim of the Bible, therefore every claim of the Bible is true. That's not the argument. The argument is I have evidence for other claims of the Bible directly. Don't get me wrong. But the simplistic claim here is that Jesus proves that he is God incarnate by predicting that he would die and rise again, and then fulfilling that, something a human being could not do. Therefore, I can trust what Jesus says. If Jesus is God incarnate, I can trust what he says. And he tells me that the scriptures, which to him is the Old Testament as we have it now, is true, that there is not one dot or iota that will pass from the law until it is fulfilled. The law and the prophecy, which basically just means the Old Testament, that the entirety of it is true and reliable. We can debate interpretation, right? Because if something's not if something's intended to be history and you interpret it otherwise, that's a mistake. Likewise, if something's not intended to be history and you interpret it as history, you make a mistake. So we can debate about the finer details. And like I said, I have evidence for claims of the Bible apart from Jesus directly, but simplistically, yes. If Jesus is who he says he is, I'm going to trust him. It's not that complicated to me. But Yusuf did want you to answer this question, Rob, referencing what I said, that if one does have independent reasons to believe that the Quran is true or from God, then it's okay to not have an explanation for the shooting stars. He says, so then it's not blind faith, as Rob claimed. So do you want to give the background context or the background conclusions that you drew to conclude that the accepting the Quran on shooting stars is in fact blind faith?
Yeah, so my reaction to this, like I'll read the statement. So it's not blind faith, as Rob said. to accept the verse in the Quran about the shooting stars if one has good reasons to believe that Islam is true. So here's where it gets interesting. If I believe in the supernatural, and I believe that something supernatural did happen with respect to Muhammad, that he did indeed encounter something which, by the way, he initially thought was a jinn. How curious. Then you need to establish to me that the Quran remains entirely coherent within and of itself with respect to that supernatural source. So I'm not denying its supernatural source, but rather the supernatural source is now the next step. What supernatural source? Is it Allah? But Allah can't make any mistakes. Because now when I look at shooting stars, I can explain that scientifically. The Quran contradicts the science. Ergo, that's a wrong explanation on the Quran's part. Therefore, the supernatural source has to be demonic. Because Allah can't err on that matter. We can apply the same principle to the Bible. Show me one, like I can show you the positive examples from within the Bible with respect to Jesus and God, blah, blah. In other words, it's connected to the character of God and it has to be of God, right? You have to be fair, you'll have to do the same thing with the Bible to demonstrate if the Bible slips up anywhere, then you can connect that to a demonic source because it can't come from God. But if you can't find the Bible to fit that falsification, ergo, the Bible is the way we have it. It genuinely comes from the true God. Then just leave Islam, become a Christian. And I'm pretty sure the exegesis we've just gone through with Hebrews 1 and 2 is enough to give you, food for thought. Like that is the gospel message that we just shared in closing. So, and Thaddeus, thank you again for this. The stream has
Yep,
been we've
so
touched a
I actually
lot of
did.
topics in the stream. Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
I did actually have a question that I wanted to close out. It was
Okay.
posed much earlier, but I think it highlights the difference between what we've been looking at in Islam and what we've been saying and sometimes directly looking at in Christianity. From John Scott, Dr. Heiser spoke about the constellations at the time of Jesus's birth and how they aligned. Very interesting. I know you're a big fan of Heiser. Have a lot of material on his work.
Yeah.
Can you briefly say why I'd be pointing to this? So why I'd be pointing to this as the difference? Because you started by talking about constellations and Islam and how it creates a contradiction. Now we're looking at the same phenomenon and the positioning of the stars on Earth and how it can act as a confirmation for Christianity.
Okay. You'll have to share your screen again, so I'll show you some relevant verses just quickly. Go to Romans 10, verse 17. We'll start from here.
So faith comes from hearing
Yep.
and hear.
Yep. Keep going. Yep.
So faith comes from hearing, and the hearing through the word of Christ. But I ask, have they not heard? Indeed, they have. For their voice has gone out to all the earth, and their words to the ends of the world.
Okay. What is Paul asking what is Paul saying in verse 17? And what is he asking in verse 18? Before he quotes Psalm 19.
Right. So he's saying that faith, which perhaps a better translation in one word would be trust. So our trust in God comes from hearing the word of Christ. That's what he's saying. But then
now go back a prior verse, go to 16. What does he say in 16?
But they have not obeyed all the gospel, for Isaiah says, Lord, who has believed what he has heard from us?
Oh, sorry. 15. How beautiful are the feet of those who preach the good news. So when you come to 17,
and how are they?
Yep.
Yep.
So in other words, you need missionaries to send the message. Right? Okay. But
Yes.
verse 18 is interesting. What's the rhetorical question he raises in verse 18?
Yeah, he's kind of asking this question that we get often. What about those who have not heard the word, those
Right,
who have not had an evangelist speak to them? And he
right,
says they have heard.
right.
The
Now,
implication being that, good.
what's his proof text? Psalm 19:4. Their voice has gone out of all the earth. Now, but if you go to Psalm 19:4 specifically, like actually go there. There's a footnote next to voice. What's the footnote? Number 2 there. Either K or 2. What is it? There's another rendering.
Yeah, so the letters are scripture cross references. The actual footnotes are the
Okay.
numbers, and literally their measuring line.
Ooh, what's the measuring line? Their measuring line goes out through all the earth? It's the ecliptic. Now, start from verse 1 and read down to verse 4, but instead of saying voice, read measuring line. So start from verse 1.
The heavens declare the glory of God, and the sky above proclaims his handiwork. Day to day pours out speech, and night to night reveres knowledge. There is no speech, nor are there words, whose voice is not heard. Their measuring line goes out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world.
And in them he has
Do you
set
want
a
me to
tent for
continue?
the sun. And no, well, that's enough. But basically now it's talking about the cosmos. It's talking about it's able to communicate something. Okay, it's Davidic as well. Measuring line, remember a moment ago I was just saying this is all zodiacal imagery, astrology, all that stuff. So this is right in line with, again, that ancient Near Eastern practice of receiving information from the heavens. It's not saying that, like the Quran is saying, that Allah is swearing by the zodiacal signs, and He's created this, like, first the signs, then the sun and the moon. Rather, this is just a declaration that we can receive information from the universe. Okay. Now, Revelation 12. So if you go to Revelation 12, this is an example of astral imagery where scholars now, and this is recent scholarship, so Hayes is not alone in this, have now basically realized that this is nothing but a certain alignment of Virgo with the moon at her feet, the sun, the stars on her head, and so on. Because look at the Greek word for sign in verse 1.
So it could also be translated as miracle. Or I can actually pull up a lexicon if you want
Well,
to look at
well,
the word in
that
more detail.
word
But
is used for literally a constellation. A great constellation appeared in heaven. It's a woman clothed with the sun, moon, so we can actually align. So now with the use of computer technology, we can actually put this to the test. Was there ever a time where where the sun was midbody to Virgo, where the moon was at her feet, and all that stuff? And then the point, that's ultimately, and I made a whole video on this, by the way, the birth date of Jesus, is that this aligns to 11 September 3 BC. That it's Rosh Hashanah. If you go with this text here and align everything that you see here, it's 11 September 3 BC. Now, the next question is, oops, doesn't Herod die in 4 BC? But that's according to 1800 scholarship. There's been papers coming out since 2009 and consistently where they've had to redo the Herod death dates to 1 BC. So if Jesus was born September 3 BC, Herod dies in first quarter of 1 BC. Okay, now go to Matthew 2. And this is Matthew's very precise with his language. Go down to when he is about to kill the firstborn, or all the kids. I forgot the verse, but it's somewhere. Let's see.
so 16
Verse.
is
near the end of the 60s, it says, yeah, in all that region who were 2 years old or under, notice this, notice the deliberate precision of Matthew, according to the time that he had ascertained from the wise men. So the wise men have to travel from Babylon, and by the way, the star of Bethlehem is Jupiter. So they're following Jupiter in its retrograde motion. Jesus is born 11th September 3 BC. The Magi arrive somewhere around July of 2 BC, but they finally reach where Jesus is in Bethlehem in December, and they're giving gifts, right? Hanukkah is 23rd to 26th December of 2 BC. If the Magi have already visited Jesus, and by the way, there's a Greek word difference between Jesus as a baby and by the time the Magi reached Jesus as a young 1-year-old boy. So between September 3 BC to December 2 BC is already 1 year and a quarter. If Herod dies in the first quarter of 1 BC, well, obviously he kills these boys 2 years and younger because the Magi have already visited Jesus, and now he's ascertaining from them now that they visited him because he wants to now go and kill them. So notice already a year's transpired. That's why you have that if Jesus is 1 year and a quarter, well, 2 years and younger will fit that category. And then he's baptized in 29 AD according to the 15th year of Tiberius in Luke 3. So, and that's why Luke says he's about 30, which matches the, again, because see, notice if Herod died in 4 BC and therefore Jesus has to be born in, say, 5 or 6 BC, then for Luke to say something like he was about 30 years old, well, by then he's already 33, 34 years old. But if you go with the 3 BC birth date, that fits with the Quirinius census. It rules that contradiction out. It fits with the about 30-year statement because he's about 31 in his baptism, and he dies in 3rd of April, 33 AD. So all of this is just one really excellent, where God, when Paul says, "Have they not heard?" Think about it. God in his wisdom is not intimidated by the Babylonian Zoroastrian religion. For the Magi, through their own religious texts, they deciphered. This is the short paraphrase summary of the argument. They had a word that's equivalent to our word gospel in their language, because they saw the warring of the stars, right? Jupiter and Saturn doing their stuff, and then they ascertained some sort of new world order is going to take place. Some sort of like king is going to rise, but he's going to rise from the west. So they travel west, and if you go back to the start of Matthew 2, scholars will acknowledge that the Magi had very good, friendship and they had good like political ties with Herod, the Herodian dynasty. So it's natural for the Magi to go straight there. And they're just asking him this question, where's the king of the Jews? And notice the Magi don't have the scriptures to make this connection. They ask the Jews to bring out the scriptures. Well, not the Magi, by the way, Herod does. So it's like, where's he born? And is this actually the case? And well, we expect him to be born here in this location. So the Magi take many months to and they're following, again, retrograde positions of Jupiter and so on. So, yeah, basically, God is utilizing man-made zodiacal alignments and so on in his omniscience. This demonstrates his omniscience to bring about exactly, with such precision as you're seeing in the text, all these events. Notice that God is not going, oh, the only way for me to do this is if I make the zodiac from square one. Rather, what we saw from Jeremiah 33, he's made a covenant with the laws of nature, because not only is he sovereign over it, but he's working within it. He's working with the creation. So it's kind of like an orchestra. He's like this John Williams, conducting the orchestra forward. The Quran doesn't demonstrate that. The Quran is Allah needs the zodiac to bring about his purposes. He swears by it. Whereas for God, the Christian God, it's a creation that he just utilizes as a tool to bring about his accommodated means. So yeah, I don't know if there's anything else you want me to summarize on that, but that's pretty
No,
much.
that was beautiful. I think that the difference here is you have a God in
And I have a
Islam.
whole blog post. I have a whole 2-hour video on it. Just birth date of Jesus. Like I go through all the astronomical details on it. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that
Sorry,
was an
Thaddeus.
excellent
Yeah.
summary. Yeah, if someone wants to, I'll get a link to that posted if someone wants to go into more detail about that. But I think the takeaway here is in the Quran, you have a claimed deity swearing by a man-made object and using this as one of the signs that humanity should look to for proof of his existence, that they should, because the stars are unchanging and that Allah created them this way as a sign for you, that you should believe in him. A statement that contradicts reality. The stars are not unchanging, they're not in a fixed position, and the constellations have no bearing outside of human imagination. Here in the Bible, you have a God who, consistent with his nature, condescends to humanity. It gives us signs in things that we understand, that he takes our mistaken ideas and he uses them to point us to the truth. That he takes our fallen nature and uses our defects to point us to the ultimate truth.
Which by the
And
way,
he
if you take the Quran literally, then the Quran is affirming that Jesus is the last seal of the prophets, because that's what the Magi realized. And why bother about Muhammad? Jesus is it. This is what the alignment of this is what Revelation 12 is describing. It's like it keeps coming back to Jesus.
exactly.
Like
And this observation is consistent with our respective understandings of who God is. And the Muslim today, 99 out of 100 Muslims will tell you that their God is too good to enter creation, that he is apart from humanity, that all we can hope to be is his slave at best. Maybe he'll give us some rewards for being a good slave. Christianity has a picture of God where uh, humanity is his greatest care, that everything about creation is for our benefit, that he gives us this beautiful gift, and then goes a step further when we screw it up, when we break the created order, we rebel against God. He provides the solution to the problem that we created by entering into creation. Muslims often act like the incarnation is reprehensible when in fact it is the most beautiful picture of God possible. I don't want to worship a God who doesn't care about me, who just created me for his own entertainment. Maybe I'll do his will to avoid his wrath, but I certainly don't worship this God. I certainly don't love this God. This is not a lovable being, nor is it a being that loves. The God of Christianity is the perfect picture of love and exactly what I think the perfect God should be. The perfect God should be the perfect embodiment when everything that is good, and love is certainly a good trait. He's the perfect embodiment of love.
The takeaway question here is, does Allah sing for us in the congregation? Which God is the one that actually sings for us? That is the key question. Can you imagine God, the Creator, singing on your behalf? That's how Zephaniah ends, by the way. Zephaniah 3 has God saying, I will sing over you. Obviously, when the author of Hebrews 2 uses Psalm 22, I will sing your praise in the congregation. Yeah. Where does Allah sing for you and me?
And the answer is he does not. So thank you for joining us, everyone. I'll be back in an hour and a half for my weekly Bible study. We'll be taking a look at crap. I forgot what the readings center around, actually, off the top of my head. Transfiguration, and we'll be looking at the Transfiguration today. And then tomorrow, I have a Muslim who is coming.
Is that a
on
live stream,
to
by the way?
Yes, the Bible study.
Oh, you mean like you're gonna live stream that?
Yep. It's on my other
Oh, dude.
channel called
Okay,
Reason to Worship.
that's awesome. I'll check it out.
Yeah, I'll send you the link to that as well. You're certainly welcome to join for that. We definitely
Sure.
love to have your perspective.
That's the whole day, man. That's awesome. Yeah.
And then tomorrow I have a Muslim coming on to give me his reasons why Islam is the truth. So that should be very interesting. I've been challenging Muslims to do this for a long time, and finally I found a Muslim willing to do it. So we'll see what he has to say for his religion. Should be very interesting. So thank you for joining us today. Have a great rest of your day. God bless. Go and serve the Lord.
Amen.